when travelling east of the Imperial City to the heavily Dunmer-styled settlement of Cheydinhal, we soon discover, when conversing with the local populace, that Morrowind's distinct architecture is not the only cultural practice to make its way to the Nibene Basin, as a strong undercurrent of Daedra worship can be found simmering beneath the surface. And it's not long until we learn why, as when approaching Castle Cheydinhal's resident mage, she professes,
"I'm Eulaine Lervu, Castle Mage. Perhaps you've been warned off me as a scandalous, blasphemous scoffer and cynic." The characterization is completely accurate. I despise the gods and those who bow before them.
What's wrong with the 9 divines?
You worship the 9 divines, perhaps. Have they ever helped or harmed you? Of course not. Now worship a Daedra lord and you get effects. Bad ones, of course, but clear and measurable effects.
Are there any good ones?
The Azura coven in the Gerals north of Cheydinhal. Nice folks. Nothing like the blood-drinking Daedra worshippers everyone raves about. A waste of time, of course, worshipping gods in the first place. But at least they're not raving lunatics. Farewell.
It's only after speaking to Helurva, when visiting Borba's goods and stores in the market district by the West Gate, does Orc proprietor Borba Grauzgash introduce.
Borba Grauzgash. We've got everything the adventurer needs. I'm an old adventurer myself, and I know what's wanted.
You know, I've heard that there are some Daedric shrines nearby. An old adventurer such as yourself might have seen it.
A shrine to Azura lies in the Geral Mountains far to the north towards the Skyrim border. And I think there's a shrine to Boethia high in the Vallis Mountains, southeast of Cheydinhal. Bye.
Fight well.
And finally, in the local Mages Guild Hall, we can bump into a surprising candidate for a mage, Trayvond the Redguard, who, seeing our shock, explains.
Well, I'm Trayvond the Redguard, Mages Guild Evoker. Surprised? Yes, you don't see many Redguards in the Mages Guild. We don't much like spellcasters in Hammerfell. Wizards steal souls and tamper with minds. If you use magic, you're weak or wicked. My family didn't approve of my vocation, so I had to come to Cyrodiil for my education. I admit, I still have strong prejudices against necromancy, summoning, and illusion. Profaning the remains or souls of the dead is just wrong, and I'm uneasy about tampering with others' minds and trafficking with Daedra.
If you hate Daedra summoning, I can't imagine you'd like the Daedra cults we heard about from the locals.
Daedra cults aren't necessarily evil, of course. In nearby Morrowind, for example, they worship Daedra in the temple. The Azura shrine north of town, up Lake Arrius way, for instance. I know a dark elf there. Nothing evil about him.
Post-conversing with any one of these 3 NPCs, we'll add Azura's shrine to our map.
Good day.
Shocked at how the locals claim that these Daedra worshippers may be actually decent folk, we decide to seek out the shrine. We then find Azura's shrine is located far north of Cheydinhal, north and slightly east of Lake Arrius Caverns, and high up in the Geral Mountains, accessed using an unmarked road. Approaching the imposing effigy, we see 3 individuals paying quiet reverence to the Daedric Prince. Walking in between the 2 wooden benches, we then approach the lectern and watch an Argonian female leave an offering at the statue before kneeling to pray at nearby candles. Interrupting this Vaermina, she scolds.
I'm trying to concentrate, if you don't mind.
Approaching the statue, we find nothing happens. But as we look up and marvel at the marbled deity, we see a curved star in her right hand and a moon in her left. Suddenly remembering a Khajiit had once claimed in their creation myths, Azura is credited with introducing moon sugar to Khajiit. Hoping to learn the actual truth of this purported Queen of Twilight, we turn to the nearby Dunmer, Ralsa Nethan, who politely asks,
"This place is sacred. Please respect our privacy."
Behind him, we spy another Dunmer, this one clothed in the uniform of a priest, and learn his name is Mel's Marion as he questions.
You have entered a holy place. What is your business here?
Persuading Mells, we admit. Honestly, I'd heard Azura was a good Daedra by the people of Cheydinhal, and I guess curiosity took hold.
These are dark times, and people's minds are poisoned by rumors and superstition. Unless you can persuade me of your good intentions, I cannot speak further on this matter.
We then make sure Mells becomes a fast friend.
All right. Every little bit helps. See? Was that hard?
Trusting us, he then divulges.
This is the shrine of Azura, Queen of the Dawn and the Dusk. What is your business here, traveler?
We can then either say, I'm just passing through.
Then be on your way, lest you anger the lady.
Otherwise, look, you probably already know, but I wish to summon Azura.
If you wish to speak to the lady, visit her shrine at dawn or dusk. Leave her an offering of glow dust, and perhaps she will deign to speak with you. I'll be here.
Well, Trayvon the Redguard was right. The Dunme here are decent folk. With our task at hand, our journal then updates. I've been told by Azura's followers that an offering of glow dust obtained from a will-o'-the-wisp is needed to summon the Daedra. The statue should be approached at dawn or dusk, and you must be level 2 to begin this quest. Now, as we embark on our quest for the offering of glow dust to appease the Prince of Dusk and Dawn, there is one other method of learning of the shrine which doesn't come from the people of Cheydinhal, but involves reading the clandestine novel Modern Heretics. And the reason we shall explore its contents is that it not only seems to be written as the perfect precursor to Azura's quest, as this quest is the first Daedric shrine to be accessible at level 2, but also possibly intended as a source of temptation for the uninitiated to seek out all Daedric shrines and their artifacts in Oblivion, as this book is tied to the main quest, specifically Blood of the Daedra, and I'm guessing it was purposefully added in case players had missed the shrines, and thankfully it contains minimal spoilers. Its contents and the way that it lures you to the Daedric shrines is quite fascinating. However, such coveted knowledge is only found in a few paltry places in Cyrodiil, such as the Arcane University's Mystic Archives or the impenetrable Cloud Ruler Temple's east and west wings. The book, written by Hatteras of Godlesfront, reads, Daedra worship is not prohibited by law in Cyrodiil. Primarily, this is a result of the Imperial Charter granted the Mages Guild permitting the summoning of Daedra. Nonetheless, chapel and public opinion is so strongly against Daedra worship that those who practice Daedric rituals do so in secret. However, differ widely in other provinces. Even in Cyrodiil, traditional opinions have changed greatly over the years, and some communities survive which worship Daedra. Some more traditional Daedra worshippers are motivated by piety and personal conviction. Many modern Daedra worshippers are motivated by a lust for arcane power. In particular, questing heroes of all stripes seek after the fabled Daedric artifacts for their potent combat and magical benefits. I personally have discovered one community worshipping the Daedra Lord Azura, Queen of Dawn and Dusk. A researcher curious about Daedra worship might research in several ways, through a study of literature, through exploration and discovery of ancient Daedric shrines, through questioning local informants, and through questioning worshippers themselves. I used all these means to discover the Shrine of Azura. First, I read books. References like this one may provide a helpful general background concerning Daedric shrines. For example, my researches led me to understand that, in Cyrodiil, Daedric shrines are generally represented by statues of Daedra lords and are generally situated in wilderness locations far from settlements, that each shrine generally has associated with it a community of worshippers, often referred to as a coven, that shrines have associated with them a particular time, or often a day of the week, when a Daedra lord might be solicited. That Daedra lord often will not deign to respond unless they regard a petitioner of sufficient prowess or strength of character, that they will only respond if given the proper offering, the secret of which offering often known only to the community of worshippers. and that in return for the completion of some task or service, the Daedra Lords will often undertake to offer an artifact of power to a successful quester. Then I questioned locals with an intimate knowledge of the wilderness. Two classes of informants I have found especially useful: well-travelled hunters and adventurers who might come across shrines in their travels, and scholars of the Mages Guild. In the case of the Shrine of Azura, both sources were profitable. I discovered a Cheydinhal hunter who had chanced to cross a strange epic statue in his travels. The statue was of a woman with outstretched arms. In one hand, she held a star. In the other, she held a crescent moon. He had shunned the statue out of superstitious fear, but had marked the location in memory. Far north of Cheydinhal, northwest of Lake Arrius, high in the Dural Mountains. Then, proceeding to the local Mages Guild with a description of the statue, I was able to confirm from its description the identity of the Daedra Lord worshipped. Having discovered the location of the shrine, I visited and discovered there the community of worshippers. Because of the strength of opinion against Daedra worship, the worshippers were, at first, reluctant to admit their identity. But once I had won their trust, they were willing to divulge to me the secrets of the times when Azura would hear petitions from dusk to dawn, and that the offering required by Azura was glow dust, a substance obtained from the will-o'-the-wisp. I am, of course, nothing more than a chapelman and scholar, so it did not lie within my power to find a will-o'-the-wisp to obtain glow dust, nor am I certain that Azura would have found me worthy to make such an offering, even if I had proffered. But I was assured that if I had been able to make such an offering, and if it had been accepted, Azura would have given me some sort of quest which, if completed, might have earned me the reward of Azura's Star, a Daedric artifact of legendary magical powers. I have since heard rumours of the existence in Cyrodiil of several other Daedric shrines, of the Daedric lords to which they are dedicated, and the Daedric artifacts that might be won by questing heroes. Hircine the Huntsman, for example, is linked in legend to the Saviour's Hide, a powerful enchanted armour. The sword Volendrung is associated with Malacath, Lord of Monsters, and the eponymously named Mace of Molag Bal is also thought to be the object of Daedra worship. Other Daedra lords, their shrines and worshippers remain to be discovered in Cyrodiil by earnest and persistent researchers. Enticed at the very idea of powerful artifacts being bestowed upon us for our labours, we begin collecting the aforementioned glow dust, which can be found scattered across the map as seen on screen, though it should be noted 3 will-o'-the-wisps are found north and west of Azura's shrine, but only after the recently mentioned quest, Blood of the Daedra in the main questline has begun. To make things simpler, these particular wisps are the only ones in-game to be non-aggressive until attacked. Unfortunately, also of note, when we loose a steel arrow at our intended mark, it finds its ethereal mark. However, steel has no effect on the otherworldly creature, and thus we utilize the silver arrows, bane of the profane, instead. And it should also be noted, as we collect the glow dust of one of the wisp's remains, strangely it bleeds red as any other creature, perhaps to prove there is blood of the Daedra to be found in these strange creatures. Returning to the shrine, Mel's Marion simply states,
You have been told what you must do to speak with Our Lady. What more do you ask of us?
Waiting until dawn, we cautiously approach the shrine, offering the glow dust to the altar of Azura, and hear a disembodied voice boom.
I have seen your name, traveller, and heard it whispered in twilight. I ask a service which holds promise of fame and reward. Many years ago, 5 followers slew the vampire Dratic and its kin, but all were infected by the foul creature. Knowing their fate, They sealed themselves up in the vampire's lair. Their suffering weighs heavily on me. Travel to the gutted mine. The door will open to you. Bring the peace of death to my followers, and you shall earn my gratitude.
With our task at hand, we turn and Vaermina questions.
What is your wish, you who has been blessed by Our Lady's voice? Remember, this place is sacred.
Ralsa Nethan states,
What is your wish, you who have been blessed by Our Lady's voice? We watch and wait.
And similarly, Mel's Marion quizzes.
What is your wish, you who have been blessed by Our Lady's voice?
You heard Azura's request?
The great lady has spoken. To you alone. The moon and star shall be your guide.
Although you can't aid us, what do you know of the gutted mine?
There our brethren destroyed the vampire Daedric, but all were infected by the abomination, and were doomed to turn themselves. It was then that Azura, may she bless our days, sealed the cavern, protecting the world from the monstrosities within. It has been sealed ever since. We watch and wait.
Departing the shrine, our quest then updates. When Azura was summoned, she told me the tale of her followers who trapped themselves in the gutted mine. She wishes me to find them and kill them, releasing them from their vampiric existence. Azura will unseal the mine so I may enter. True to her word, we find high up in the mountains to the southwest, the jutted mine peers over the valley below. Rushing into its unsealed entrance, we're nearly crushed to death by a ball and chain trap. Taking another step, we then hear.
Who's there?
Snuffing our torch, we step over a nearby pile of bones and sleuth down the narrow stone corridor with bow at the ready, unleashing a single arrow at the ominous figure ahead. Immediately, she flips to her feet with sword at the ready, and it takes a second arrow to fell the foul foe. Peering around the side of the lit mineshaft, we then see nothing. As an orc marauder stalks into sight, turning invisible and catching an arrow in her flank.
That the best you can do? Am I supposed to be impressed?
And it's only as we duck past her and look back we see our own blood smattering the roof and walls. Inside the main shaft, we fire a final arrow that meets its mark, and the vampire goes down with a huff. As we pluck her warhammer of fracturing off the ground nearby. Turning the corner of the cavern's arm, we then find by a silver deposit a flimsy vampire's coffin. Around the corner, we then spy something peculiar. A lone female vampire scratching at the wall. And as we take a shot at her, she taunts.
Well, well, look who we've got here.
Funnily enough, we realize this scout is unarmed, and she tries desperately to escape behind a boulder that she claws at in vain. Deeper in the mine's bowels, we step over several corpses, presumably the original vampires, or their decaying victims, and as we round the corner, we see two figures in the dark. Turning to the final afflicted brethren, we aim for his kneecap. But the arrow seems to enrage him, and he charges us, bashing past our flimsy bow's defenses, and we draw our sword and shield as he taunts.
You humans are all the same, weak and worthless.
Outmatched by strength, we fight like an elf, using flash instead of fury. Looting the archer of her impressive catalogue of arrows. Our quest then updates. I have killed all the vampires in the gutted mine. I should return to the shrine. Before leaving, we then pause checking the orc's corpse, finding not only the welcomed dwarven cuirass and vampire dust, but also checking the worn, faded note it reads. This worn, faded note was written on a scrap of parchment and secured by a piece of rawhide to the vampire's neck.
My name is Gola Gromuzgal. My companions' names are Aronalda, Nili Elfdaughter, Avita Cassiana, and Umar Grakar. The vampire Dredic died by our hands, but the price was dear. Those into whose hands we have fallen, we thank you and pray your favor. We serve Lady Azura. Bring these our last words to her shrine. We praise her with a full fountain of our devotion. Our destinies were written in the stars, that our soul and reason be slain, and our world lost forever. None can escape her fate, but let us be remembered at her shrine and in the hearts of her servants. It is only by fate life ends, and only by chance that it is mine, not yours.
Before exiting, we then see an eastern wing where a wall is barricaded by loose planks, and, breaking our way through, see the remains of a corpse and a much more sturdy coffin than the ones we'd seen previously. Inside the locked coffin is an elven longsword and effects of a vampire past, and we breathe easy knowing the remains of Dredic are all that remain of this wretched creature that has been locked away, before exiting towards Azura's shrine and mourning those that gave their life to contain the evil inside this long-forgotten, gutted silver mine. Returning to Azura's shrine as twilight falls, note in hand, the Daedric Prince commends.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of their sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the Book of Fate.
Our quest then updates. Azura thanked me for allowing her followers the peace of death. She rewarded me with Azura's star. Azura's star is prominently used as Azura's symbol. In appearance, it looks like a large, intricately designed throwing star or gemstone with 8 star-like prongs as seen in her right hand. And in the right hands, Azura's star acts as a reusable soul gem of almost unlimited capacity, technically making it a grand soul gem, useful for trapping spirits and recharging powerful items, artifacts, and weapons. Departing the shrine, the Coven's leader, Mel, says,
Farewell, Starbearer.
And so we head down the side of the mountain's winding trail in search of the next Daedric shrine and its rumoured artifact.
You've spoken to the Mad God. Joy of joys. Are you elated? Excited? Aroused? Blessed are you. Blessed is he.
While riding along the green road, which skirts the Lower Niben's southern trail to Leowyn, we stop a spell at the Shrine of Stendar and receive the Aedra's blessing, bolstering our endurance by 10 for the long road ahead. However, it's then we hear voices in the nearby underbrush. Riding northwest and peering over a hill into a small clearing, we're shocked to see a sordid sight, as a coven of cultists, it seems, have taken up to worshipping an unknown Daedra statue in various states of undress, no less. Cautious, we approach a pantsless Nord warrior named Ortis, only sporting a shirt with suspenders, glass dagger, and some snappy blue suede shoes. Seeing us, he overshares.
I wish there were children here. Scrumptious, darling children. I haven't eaten in so long. Ravel will tell me what to do. You too.
Well, thank the gods there are no children here. Behind the Nord, a high elf mage, Angel Sama, praying in her knickers and not much else, feverishly questions.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the light? The bright, shining light? I know it. It waits for you. Speak with Ravel. He knows the way.
Approaching the shrine of a sharply dressed nobleman with cane, we find we lack the proper offerings, or seemingly are unworthy to converse with. Turning, we find a nearby naked Argonian hunter praying at a lectern who spins.
I used to be a dog. I got better. Not a better dog, though. I'm a terrible dog now. Tomorrow? Who knows? Ravel may know. Talk to him.
The pantsless Breton rogue next to a dressed dark elf manically then muses.
Bugs. Bugs everywhere, all over. Wonderful, tasty bugs. No time for you. Talk to Ravel. He doesn't like the bugs. Not even with mead.
Ravel, this rabble and their Ravel, I swear. Maddeningly. Our quest and updates. Sheogorath's followers have told me to speak with feral Ravel if I wish to have the Daedra summoned. You must be level 2 to begin this quest. Whether it was morbid curiosity or perhaps a touch of madness, we approach the Dark Elf Savant who, admirably, is fully garbed in a white mage's robe, wearing a fur hat and also sporting an odd amount of green liquid smacking on his lips, as we ask the dead-eyed Dunmer. Hey, feral, is it? What is this place, pray tell?
Place? Not place? Here? Not here? Welcome to the Grove of Madness, stranger. Or go away. Who knows? Time will tell.
Grove of Madness is right. Tell me, what's up with this shrine?
Killed and ate a Bosmo there, but it made me sick. Saw Lord Sheogorath in the vomitus, so that's all right. Here to sacrifice? A limb would be nice.
We can then choose to reply, vomitus? Oh, wow. That explains the green lips and smell. I don't think I have any business here.
Then you should run along. Fly, take off now. Scat, make tracks, get going. Run for your life. And have a nice day.
Otherwise, a neat quirk of Ravel's dialogue is weather-based, as if it is raining, we can state, I wish to speak to Sheogorath.
Then approach the shrine. He might appear, because it's raining. He loves the rain, because it's wet, or because it's rainy. Not so sure.
If it's not raining, he similarly explains.
Then approach the shrine. Of course, he won't appear, because it's not raining. He loves the rain. And you'll need an offering. I think a lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn will do the trick. Yes, that's what Sheogorath wants. Do not test his patience.
After that illuminating, one-sided conversation, our quest updates. Feral Ravel has told me I'll need a lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn as an offering at the statue of Sheogorath. Turning to Ravel once more, he seems to have a stark moment of clarity.
You've been told what Sheogorath wants. The rest is up to you. We watch and wait.
With a small shopping list of items, we weigh up the odds that, like our previous encounter with Azura, that Sheogorath would bequeath upon us a rumoured prized artifact, if we did his bidding. Lucky for us, lettuce and yarn are both quite common as house clutter throughout Cyrodiil. Lesser soul gems, however, can be a touch tricky, and may require fishing around magic shops or your local mage's guild. To make things easier though, if the Shivering Isles expansion is installed, many shrines to Sheogorath in the city of New Sheoth will have these offerings as the standard fare for paying tribute to the mad god. With offerings in hand, we return to the shrine, and although Feral did warn,
Then approach the shrine. Of course, he won't appear, because it's not raining. He loves the rain. Do not test his patience.
this is actually simply not true, as it's probably just a glitch in the quest script, as regardless of weather, we're free to converse with the mad god. Just briefly, it should be noted, Bethesda has put in a lot of work with keeping summoning Sheogorath and his subsequent dialogue unique and sometimes unhinged, depending on your progress in the Shivering Isles main quest. So it goes without saying, there are plot spoilers ahead although probably nonsensical if you haven't played the expansion, and I understand a lot of people won't probably care as much as I do about hidden dialogue, but I'm hoping some of you will enjoy it. However, I'll have a timestamp for you to skip past this, just in case you don't want spoilers. So, without further ado, if the Shivering Isles is installed, and if you've never visited the Isles or have not yet completed the quest through the Fringe of Madness, an unfamiliar voice will boom.
Another mortal dares to summon me, and already I'm bored. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a bad idea. I could make you eat your own fingers, or fall in love with a cloud. Perhaps I could make you into something useful. Let's find out.
Now, before we initiate the Daedric Princes quest, let's listen to a few other taunts from the Prince of Madness. First, however, Craig Seschler, notable voice actor of the elves in Oblivion, originally played Sheogorath pre-Wes Johnson, and here's a snippet of his take of the same lines.
Another mortal dares to summon me, and already I'm bored. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a bad idea. I could make you eat your own fingers, or fall in love with a cloud.
As far as different intros, the quest introduction changes in the following ways. If you have not yet visited Sheogorath in New Sheoth Palace,
Does my champion summon me? Before I've even told ya what to do? Oh, that's not very champion-y, not at all.
if you've not yet started the Cold Flame of Agnon,
A mortal! Wait! A mortal, I know! My mortal! What are you doing here, mortal, when I've given you things to do?
if you're currently on the Cold Flame of Agnon,
You would summon me? Wait, why are you summoning me? You've got things to do. Things I told you to do. Oh, this makes me frown.
if you are currently on Ritual of Accession,
Mortal! You could have just stopped by to see me. Would have saved you some lettuce, you know. I believe I'm displeased.
if you have not yet started Symbols of Office,
Oh, this hardly seems the time to summon me. Not when Order is busy invading my realm. You mortals are just a hoot. I hate hoots.
if you've not yet started the Prince of Madness,
You of all people should realize this is an inopportune time to be in Cyrodiil. Perhaps I've misjudged you. Order is at our doorstep, yet you felt it necessary to offer some yarn to yourself. An interesting choice, to be sure. Time is a strange thing in the Isles, so this may not set us back, and there is a task that needs to be performed.
and if you have started the Prince of Madness,
Praying to yourself, my lord? That's not a good sign. Or perhaps it is. Prince of Madness and all that. While I believe you should be attending to your duties, it is, of course, your prerogative to spend time wherever you wish. Your predecessor did have one task he wanted performed, though he never found a mortal suited for the task. There is a settlement called Border Watch that your predecessor found rather dull. This, of course, offended him greatly. They are a rather superstitious group, living their lives based on omens and prophecy. One such prophecy, the Kashara, was of particular interest. Your task would be to make the first two signs of the prophecy occur. Your predecessor already put plans in motion for the final step. Good luck, sire.
no matter which greeting you've received, this will be followed by the quest assignment, and Sheogorath will finish.
There's a little settlement called Border Watch. It's a nice, peaceful place. And dull. They're going to make their lives interesting. They're a superstitious bunch. Everything is an omen or a portent. Let's make one come true. Find their shaman and ask about the Kashara prophecy. You are to find a way to make the first 2 parts of the prophecy come true. I'll take care of the rest, because it's the most fun. Now, run along!
As we move to leave, the Manic Acolyte questions.
You've spoken to the Mad God. Joy of joys. Are you elated? Excited? Aroused? Blessed are you. Blessed is he. Do not test his patience.
Heading south to the town of Borderwatch, our quest updates in 2 different ways depending on our standing in the Shivering Isles, which I'll show both on screen, but only cover the standard Sheogorath entries, in which it says, "After I left the requested items at the shrine, Sheogorath spoke to me. He told me of the settlement of Borderwatch. I am to simulate a prophecy by committing 2 acts. I should speak to the shaman in the settlement to learn about the Kashara prophecy." Riding south, we find just above the trail is a small settlement consisting of 5 houses built in typical Leowan style. In the town's central meeting area, we happen upon 2 Khajiit conversing about local events.
Blackwood isn't so bad, and once you get used to the flies, and being lost all the time, and the zombies, and will-o'-the-wisps.
You think? I think we're in for some hard times.
After their dialogue concludes, we follow the hooded Sralma down the stone stairs, and she warmly greets.
You're always welcome in Borderwatch. Welcome to our town, friend. The gods are always watching over Borderwatch.
And she warmly greets. Speaking of the gods, I'd heard recently of this ominous Kashara prophecy.
A stranger who knows about the Kashara prophecy. It is one of our many prophecies. You should speak with Rabasa, our shaman.
Oh? I'd love to learn more. Where is this Rabasa?
Rabasa is our shaman. You will find him in his house most of the time. Take care.
Left to find the reputed shaman, we begin searching the settlement and find the settlers' homes in complete disarray, looking and smelling as if barn animals were welcome inside the residents' living quarters. So much for order. We then locate the town's most southwesterly shack is home to the Khajiit warlock. Entering, we see Rabasa, who shares his bed with Zabhila. Upon awakening to our intrusion, he flails.
For the love of Azura, can't a man have a bit of privacy? Get out of here.
Apologies, I was sent to find one Rabasa.
Welcome to Borderwatch, stranger. You're welcome here. I am Rabasa, shaman of our people.
And is that your title, shaman?
I am Rabasa, shaman of the Khajiit of Borderwatch.
Excellent. As it just so happens, I'm attempting to learn about the Kashara prophecy of your people.
You know of the Kashara prophecy? How odd. Are you some sort of scholar?
We then have 2 options to reply. Of course, the second response will cut the conversation short, being, I enjoy ridiculous prophecy. That's why I came to find you.
You would mock our beliefs? Fool. When the 3 signs are upon us, you will learn.
After which, if we ask about the signs of the prophecy with a disposition over 40 but under 60, Rabasa will state,
Concerning this, I can only speak to a friend.
If our disposition is under 40, he will rebuke.
I will tell you nothing of the 3 signs. You are an unbeliever and a fool. Enough talk.
Now, we can raise his disposition to learn about said prophecy, but it is much simpler if we were indeed polite in the beginning and answer, Look, about the prophecy, I'm a travelling scholar here to learn about your prophecy.
Wonderful. I would be glad to tell you more. It has been told from our fathers and our fathers' fathers that our time in this place will come to an end. My great-great-great-grandfather, Kashara, foretold of a time when we would receive 3 signs from the gods, signaling the end of the world.
3 signs of the world's end? Whatever are they?
These are the signs as they were foretold. First, there is the plague of vermin. It is said our town will be overrun by disease-carrying creatures. Rats, I would imagine. Horrible little things. I always keep a powerful rat poison around, in case I see one of the little monsters. Next is the plague of famine. It is foretold that our livestock will fall dead in their fields, with no apparent explanation. We have but the 6 sheep in our pasture, and we make sure they are well tended.
Yes, the sheep look like they live in the bloody houses. Funnily enough, if at least one sheep has been killed, he would have instead commented,
We have had some livestock die recently, but not all of them, which is a relief.
Sorry, and the third sign?
The plague of fear? I will not speak of this, not to any outsider. I'll answer anything else I can. Is there something more? Perhaps you'd like to know more about Border Watch itself.
Before we begin to enact this prophecy, we can say, sure, I'd love to know more about Border Watch and you special catfolk.
I'm glad you asked. I could go on all day about our little community. We are but a handful of Khajiit, as you can see. Many are the evenings we spend around the cooking fire, sharing stories of elsewhere. The smell of our food travels for miles. If you'd like to stay, I'd suggest getting a room at the Border Watch Inn. We don't get many visitors, but Sethasa serves a fine ale. She also has the finest collection of cheeses in the Empire. Her prized cheese has such a powerful aroma. She keeps it sealed in a case. You too.
A campfire with a smell that carries for miles, eh? A quest log then updates. The shaman Rabasa has told me of the Kashara prophecy. The first sign is vermin infestation. The second sign is plague, and all the livestock are supposed to die. I will need to find a way first to create an infestation of vermin. Rabasa has suggested I stay at the Border Watch Inn, which apparently has a large collection of cheeses. Waltzing past the town cooking hub, we see to the left the Border Watch Inn. Entering, we're hit with a pungent odour from the various cheese cabinets that are securely locked. The case just to our right sports an assortment of different sizes and styles of cheese. The case in front of us holds a particularly wafty orange cheese with some nice blue specks forming on the skin. I can't imagine how rancid that aroma must be outside of the case. Searching for a key to the cabinet, we spy behind the bar a single potted nirnroot on the second shelf, and are surprised to catch the innkeeper, presumably Sethasa, taking a cat nap on the job. Disturbing her slumber, she pops to her feet and welcomes.
Welcome to the Border Watch Inn. We don't get many visitors. Please, feel free to stay a while. Take a seat, or feel free to look around. We have a fine collection of cheeses here, some of the rarest in all Tamriel.
Thank you. How long have you been in the cheese game for?
It's been a hobby of mine for years. I've collected cheeses from all over Tamriel, including the rare Olroy cheese. A more pungent cheese you'll never find. It looks smooth, but it stinks to the heavens and beyond. I keep it locked away tight. If I were to try cooking with it, the smell alone would draw rats for miles. It's a lovely conversation piece, though. Farewell.
Rats for miles, eh? Interesting. Waiting for Sethasa to slumber, we're shocked to find a glass warhammer, chainmail helm, and enchanted marathon greaves on her person, while we can pluck the display case key off her, if one was greedy and wanted those fancy pants.
Pickpocket, pickpocket, guard your purses. What's going on?
Well, it should be noted Border Watch crimes are not actually reported to guards, though the locals are open to giving thieves a right thumping. Instead of tangling with the Khajiit, we liberate the Olroy cheese from its stuffy case and immediately lift it off our feet from the smell. Heading to the campfire that supposedly can be smelt from miles around, we surreptitiously plonk the stinky cheese into the cooking pot. And our quest and updates. I've placed the Olroy cheese into the cooking pot. The smell coming from it is astounding. Looking at the pot from a safe distance, it begins to smoke something fierce, somehow amplifying the odor into sickly, almost sulfurous smell. Ooh, cheese for everyone. We're shocked to see a mischief of rats bounding towards the cheese with a rapacious look in their beady little eyes. Our quest and updates once more. I've used cheese to lure many rats into Border Watch. I should speak with Rabasa to see if he believes this to be part of the prophecy. Emerging from his slumber, Rabasa begins to promptly place large quantities of his aforementioned poison about, which the rats begin to ingest greedily to their own detriment, turning a sickly green while the clearly dismayed Khajiit shaman rants.
You've seen it. You've seen the first sign. Perhaps this is the beginning of the Kashara.
You think this is prophecy?
Certainly seems like one of the signs. It is unnatural to have this many rats gather in one place. I can only hope that the rat poison I have put down will take care of them all. It is a powerful poison, though, so it should do the trick. Farewell.
Amidst the mayhem, the villagers begin to poke their heads out, and the Khajiit commoner, Salama, worries.
Gods protect us. What is happening here? Farewell.
One by one, the rats begin to die horribly from the fast-acting poison. And we wonder, Heading down the stairs, we see a pile of poison mist by the deceased rodents. This is probably more than enough to fell a flock of sheep. It should be noted as we make our way to the sheep's pen in the southern part of town, although it is possible to simply murder the mammals en masse, we instead will opt for the more prophetic route, and are even given a pop-up to place the rat poison in the feeding trough. Again, watching the green malaise take hold of the once vigorous sheep, we'll watch closely as they dramatically keel over in unison. Our quest and updates. I've poisoned the grain supply in the town of Border Watch. This has killed all the livestock. Once the first two prophecies have been fulfilled, Sheogorath will say one of the following dialogue options. If Sheogorath is talking to us...
You've done well, mortal. I'm amused, I think. Head into the center of Border Watch. And make sure to duck.
You've done well, mortal. I'm amused, I think. Head into the center of Border Watch and make sure to duck.
Or if you've started the Prince of Madness, Haskill will greet with slight variations.
Ah, very good, sire. Your predecessor left everything in place for the final sign. You'll want to head to the center of town. Good day.
Our quest then updates. Sheogorath has congratulated me for simulating the first two signs of the Kashara prophecy. I'm to go to the center of town to await the final sign. Entering the town meeting area, the citizens of Border Watch, clearly disturbed, question.
These are troubling signs.
Could it be the Kashara? This doesn't look good. Not good at all.
Could it be the Kashara?
The Kashara.
Rabasa then frets.
Oh, the livestock are dead. Dead! The second sign. Look to the skies! Look to the skies! It has come. We're doomed. Doomed. Run while you can, stranger. Get out. Gods protect us.
Descending the stairs as instructed, the sky then churns, and we look to the heavens to see... What? Flaming dogs? I've witnessed Sheogorath create the Plague of Fear, I should return to the shrine. Rabasa, now abandoning hope, urges.
The end of all things has come. We have finished. All hope is gone.
As the villagers give up whatever sliver of hope they'd previously held onto.
The Kashara has come true. Doomed. We're all doomed.
The Kashara has come true. Gods protect us. We should get out of here.
Departing the town, we ride north and find when we reach Sheogorath's shrine, the skies have cleared and the red menacing aura is replaced by Sheogorath's favoured rain, perhaps denoting the mad god is pleased with our efforts. It should also be noted, when returning to the shrine to complete the quest, we again have several different responses based on our quest progression, such as, if you've never visited Shivering Isles or not yet completed the quest Through the Fringe of Madness.
Good times, good times. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Here, take this. It's a fun little toy. Now, go away before I kill you.
Good times! Good times! I hope you had as much fun as I did. Here, take this. It's a fun little toy. Now go away before I kill you.
If you have not yet started Symbols of Office.
Good work! Good times! Here's a little reward for your efforts. One of my toys. Now, back to business, before I forget myself.
If you have not yet started the Prince of Madness.
Well done. You should have this, one of the artifacts of the realm. Perhaps it should have been given to you sooner.
And if you have started the Prince of Madness.
Well done, my lord. You should have this, as it is one of your artifacts. I don't know why I didn't think to give it to you sooner.
A quest and update. Sheogorath has rewarded me for my efforts by giving me Wabberjack.
You've pleased the Mad God. You must be proud of yourself. I, for one, still would like to eat your eyes. But good for you. Drunk with madness. Madness for all.
With the chaotically powerful Wabberjack in our possession, we'll finish the video on the infamous Daedric artifact and its applications. However, I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention that this Daedric quest got its own Black Horse Courier entry that reads, Special Edition, Reign of Burning Dogs, Experts Bewildered, a newspaper article on an unexplained meteorological phenomenon in Cyrodiil. The quiet life of the idyllic Border Watch community was shattered recently by a meteorological phenomenon local experts are unable to explain. On an otherwise normal day, the skies above the small village suddenly darkened, and burning dogs rained down from the heavens. The carnage was terrible, according to witnesses. Charred dog carcasses littered the village, and the smell alone was enough to drive many residents into their homes. When asked about the event, local mage and weather expert Castus Philetus had this to say. There seems to be no precedent for this in all of Tamrielic history. While there have been stories of insects, frogs, and the occasional wayward mage crashing to the earth, an obvious reference to the famous Morrowind encounter, I've never encountered tales of burning dogs raining from the skies. It is possible that the dogs were part of some mage's experiments with summoning gone bad. Or perhaps the dogs were swept up in a great wind and hurled into the sky. This might explain the dogs falling onto the unfortunate Border Watch community. Of course, that still doesn't explain why they were on fire. While the experts seem puzzled, the residents of Border Watch see only one explanation. It is the end of the world, said one resident, who asked not to be named in this article. The Kashara prophecy tells us that this will happen. The rats, the sheep, we are all doomed. Doomed! Prophecy? Mages? Freak weather occurrence? We may never know. And the small village of Border Watch will definitely never be the same. So, to finish things up, let's get into some handy Wabberjack facts, shall we? The staff's name, of course, is probably a reference to the Lewis Carroll poem Jabberwocky, which is a nonsensical poem describing an unpredictable creature. The Daedric artifact itself, Wabberjack, transforms any non-NPC creature into another random creature for 10 seconds. Only a limited number of creatures will be created by Wabbajack, all equally likely being Daedroth, deer, goblin, skirmisher, ogre, rat, sheep, skeleton champion, or troll. Also, using Wabbajack to hurt an opponent is of limited value. The newly created creature is always at full health and cleared of any effects active on the original creature, such as damage over time, soul trap, poison, etc. And after the 10 seconds, the original creature reappears at full health, even if it was injured before being Wabbajacked. Therefore, if you're not careful, the only result of Wabbajacking may be to fully heal your opponent and or drain your own resources. Now, if a creature is fatally wounded while Wabbajacked, it will transform back into its original form and die. If Wabbajack is used on a summoned creature and the summon spell runs out before the Wabbajack effect, the summon will remain in its new form until the effect ends, whereupon it turns back into its original shape and vanishes instantly. Curiously, the Wabbajack was able to be used against Mehrunes Dagon in the final battle and kill him, however only on the console versions of the game, where he also sported no physics, as the devs no doubt didn't anticipate this quirk. But Dagon turning into a puddle, thanks to the effects of the Mad God's staff, is pretty fitting, in my humble opinion.
You have been given a task by Namira? Truly, you are terrible in my eyes. Disgusting and foul. Blessed are you.
While riding north up the serpentine silver road to Bruma, as night falls, we momentarily leave the safety of the road, heading east, and find ourselves up a scrabble track, where a trio of disciples pray at an unknown Daedric shrine that appears to be the image of a woman sternly looking down at said followers, with a scamp clutching at her ankles. Curious, we approach the nearest seated worshipper, Blanche Mastienne, who shoos.
Don't talk to me. Talk to the one in the robes.
Speaking to the wood elf commoner to her left, she similarly says,
Talk to Jolfrodi. I can't help you.
Approaching the Nord priest, Jolfrodi, the Harrier, she spins to question.
Who are you? Why do you invade our place of worship? Surely, you don't think yourself worthy to visit Namira's shrine.
Is that what this place is?
A place of blessed darkness. A holy place where we may worship in our wretchedness. Why are you here?
We can then truthfully state, look, I was just riding the Silver Road to Bruma and got lost. Honestly, I'm just passing through.
Then leave this place. Namira has no business with you.
Otherwise, intrigued at what the Daedric Prince may bequeath on her favoured, we lie. I wish to worship Namira. Yes, that will do.
You do? You are too pretty to worship in this place. People like you, like to hear you talk. When you are more loathsome, you may return.
Is that why you're here instead of the chapel?
I tried the chapels. They're a waste of time.
I'll take that as a yes.
Remember, this place is sacred.
If we attempt to speak to the beak-nosed Nord once more, she will question.
Why are you here? You are still too pleasing to speak with Namira. Begone.
Turning to Degil, again she says,
It's my pleasure. Please continue.
Hey, Degil, I don't mean to be rude, but you don't look repulsive. So I'm guessing Namira worship isn't about looks, or what is it then?
You better have the right offering or you're wasting your time here. Remember, this place is sacred.
Confused, we then turn to the Breton Blanche, who shares.
Well met. We don't welcome visitors, but we don't murder them either. Her eye is upon you.
Looking to the shrine to seek further advice, a pop-up reads, You are not the right type of follower Namira requires. A quest then updates. I've learned from the followers of Namira that they will only summon the Daedra for someone repulsive. If I am to get their help, I will need to make myself less attractive to others. You must be level 5 to begin this quest. Departing the shrine, we soon learn this is one of the more abstract entries in the Daedric questline, as becoming less attractive specifically is a cryptic key to beginning the quest, as just changing our appearance superficially does not meet the criteria of becoming repulsive. Instead, we need to lower our personality to 20 or lower. Being the affable type, despite our many crimes against man and creature alike, there are a few ways we will have to explore to reduce our personality. The first, mirroring real life, would be to drink cheap wine, as one effect of the intoxicant is to drain personality by 10 points for 2 minutes. Now, most chapels contain an abundance of cheap wine in their basements that is unowned and can be taken without penalty, but also explains the temperament of a handful of priests in Cyrodiil.
Praise Arche, and all his little woodland creatures. I'm Hill the Tall, priest of Arche. I'm also a trainer in the arts of alteration. I love magic, too. I love everything and everyone. You too.
Now, as long as your personality is at most 60, since only 4 potions can be drunk at once, or 8 using an in-game exploit by exiting the menu, then entering and drinking 4 more, another method to lowering one's personality without exploits can be costly. However, I personally had no idea these existed, and I'm pretty thrilled to see that scrolls such as the Document of Puerile Banter, found at the first edition in the Market District, drains a whopping 50 points of speechcraft and personality for 150 seconds for a trade-up of boosting endurance and willpower for 50 points for 300 seconds on self. Or, the Chronicle of Sacrifice is found at Mark Nar's books in Cheydinhal, draining all attributes by a whopping 50 points for 30 seconds, as again an exchange for a hefty 100-point fireball that hits in a 20-foot radius for 2 seconds on target. Basically, you don't want to cast that one near a priest, or you'll char half of Namira's followers, and likely yourself. And the shrine remains out of arm's reach to boot. Now, there are a plethora of items and alchemical ways to reduce one's personality found on the unofficial wiki, but for now, we're going to keep things simple with the aforementioned booze. Returning to the shrine, with our personality below 20, we stumble in our grubby garb towards Namira's favoured priest, and she turns, and blinking in disbelief evaluates.
Ah, much better. You repulse me now, at least to a degree. Others should find you foul, disgusting. Namira may be pleased. Approach the shrine. Her eye is upon you.
Our quest and updates. The followers of Namira have decided that I am repulsive enough to summon the Daedra. I may now approach the shrine. Pausing to speak to the Breton acolyte Blanche Mastien, she similarly suggests,
You have been told to approach the shrine. Perhaps Namira will find favor in you. You stand on holy ground.
With no other course, our curiosity guides us to the foot of the Lady of Decay's shrine, and we're met with the Daedra's indignation.
You dare approach my shrine, child of light? You who walks this plain basking in the light of the warm, cruel sun? Prove to me that you deserve my favor. In anger, my forgotten have lived in peace for many years. They worship me from the dark, basking in their misery and filth. Now, though, some would seek to bring light to their darkness. Priests of Arche have intruded upon their squalor. I want you to help my forgotten kill these priests of the light. Cast this spell upon the priests. Allow my beloved forgotten to kill the interlopers. When this is done, I shall reward you for your efforts.
Tasked with expunging these unwanted priests of Arche with extreme prejudice, we seek out Jolfrodi, and she is surprised, to say the least.
You have been given a task by Namira? Truly, you are terrible in my eyes. Disgusting and foul. blessed are you.
Yes, we've been sent to Anger to aid the Forgotten Ones in expunging the priests.
Hallowed ground, home of the Forgotten Ones, a deep hole of shadow and despair, a truly wondrous place. Remember, this place is sacred.
Departing, our quest updates. When summoned, Namira spoke to me about the Forgotten, a group of fanatical worshippers that lives in the darkness of Anger. Some priests of Arche are planning to bring light to Anger and save the Forgotten Ones. I am to use the spell that Namira has given me on the priests and let the Forgotten Ones finish them off. Riding our way through the treacherous wilderness, we finally find a small Ayleid ruin to the south, which was previously inaccessible until beginning the associated quest. Once inside, we find the darkened ruin ostensibly empty, and it's here we will explore how to fail the quest and also said consequences of failing. But first, let's investigate successfully aiding Namira's Forgotten Ones in the dark. Heading down the main corridor, we hear voices in the background and locate strange etchings on the wall we'll decipher in a moment. Following the corridor, down and to the left, we see a promised priest of Arche perform what almost sounds like an exorcism.
In your glory, bring us to the light.
In response to the priest's prayers, a Forgotten One scurries out of hiding.
From darkness to light.
Pain.
From the depths of despair to His glory.
Leave us, creature of light.
It burns.
Though the darkness comes,
Kill it.
I feel no fear. In your glory, bring us to the light. What?
Interrupting him, the priest shrugs off before continuing.
Goodbye.
We then realize we need Namira's spell.
Arche,
The light.
bring light to these
Kill it.
damned souls. I feel no...
It must
light.
bleed.
Fight! Save me! No!
The priest, frantically begging, lays limp on the ground, and we can do nothing but pity the poor fool for pushing his religion on others as we lift his fine silk robes off his person and, dousing our torch, leave Namira's children to their dark urges. Spying torchlight around the next corner to our right, we similarly see an Argonian espouse the same tired doctrine.
Watch over these souls who have strayed from the light of your love.
Burns!
Arche, protect. Arche, save me by the light. Save me, Lord.
Unfortunately, Arche had abandoned the religious reptile. Now, it should be noted, as we locate another piece of cryptic writing, the ruin has several inscriptions in the Daedric alphabet dedicated to Namira, such as, "She watches over us, shadowing us with her dark embrace. The forlorn exist eternally in the darkest pits." And, by an Oblivion symbol on a nearby tomb, "O Namira." And finally, inscribed on a stone pulpit in a main hall overlooking a sacrificial slab, the dais reads, "Everlasting life." Sadly, the remaining Breton priest found in the southern wing does not find everlasting life, but instead the cruel embrace of the Forgotten One's barbarous clubs.
Arche, protect me.
And finally we witness a Redguard priest brutally bludgeoned to death.
Arche, protect me! Arche, no! No! By the light! By the light! By the light!
Our quest then updates. All of the priests of Arche are dead. I should return to the shrine.
Leave us, creature of light.
We exit Anger and return to Namira's shrine, where the goddess of the dark greets.
You have cleansed my followers' perfect darkness. The forgotten are free to wallow in their misery. Take my ring. Let it bring pain to others who would wish it upon you. Namira blesses you.
Her quest then updates. Namira appreciated my efforts. I've been rewarded with the Ring of Namira. The Ring of Namira is a Daedric artifact that boasts a tidy 12% reflect damage and 10% reflect spell.
Namira is pleased, foul one. May your days be filled with the hurtful stares of others. Dwell joyously in filth and squalor. The ring guides us all,
So, we've explored successfully completing the quest for the Daedric Prince, but what happens if we decide to take matters into our own hands? Well, back inside Anga, peering into the darkness, if we decided to not allow the Forgotten Ones to cave in the skulls of Arce's followers, and instead opt for a clean single arrow to put them down.
Arce, protect me!
Kill it!
A quest would update. I have killed one of the priests of Arce, though I was to allow Namira's Forgotten to do it. I have failed in the task set out by Namira. Similarly, if we decided to bash in the brains of Namira's followers,
Help us!
Kill it! It burns.
it would read, I've killed one of Namira's Forgotten Ones. I have failed my quest for the Daedric Prince.
Kill it! Help us! Burns!
Light from darkness, hope from hopelessness. In Arce's name I pray.
Returning to the shrine, loathsome as ever, the Daedric Prince does not greet us happily, but instead remains silent at our approach. However, her acolyte, Jolfrodi the Harrier, curses.
You have failed, Namira. Cursed forever are you.
As do the others.
You have failed, Namira. Cursed forever are you.
You have failed, Namira. Cursed forever are you.
Worse yet, we not only do not receive the Ring of Namira, but this is one of 2 Daedric quests whereby failing will lock us out of the final Daedric quest for Hermeaus Mora. Though more information on that will come later. For now, we enjoy our prized ring. Though decide riding without a torch for a while and staying clear of towns somehow feels more comforting. When taking a well-earned break from adventuring in the Imperial City, we stop a spell in the acclaimed Tibus Septim Hotel in the Talos Plaza district. Once inside, we see a local mage garbed in white enjoying a drink by himself. Approaching him for a spot of banter, he introduces
Antus Vannon, retired. Sleep late and read trashy books. I don't keep up with the Mages Guild affairs anymore.
Oh? And why is that?
I spent 40 years at the Arcane University. Good years, but I don't miss it. Now I'm completely useless, and proud of it.
Just to pause for a moment, Ontis is an ex-Mages Guild member, and if he seems familiar, it's because we had a less than amicable run-in with Vannon during the quest Misdirection in the Thieves Guild questline. With that being said, it shouldn't be too surprising that Vannon, in his 40 years of service, may have had more nefarious dealings. And after we've read Modern Heretics or have spoken with Yulaine Lervu in Cheydinhal, we can unlock previously hidden dialogue with the mage and ask, reading trashy books, eh? I happened to source Modern Heretics recently, not for the faint of heart. Read much about nearby Daedra shrines?
I've heard there's a Vaermina shrine at the headwaters of the Reed River, though I've never been there myself. You too.
Leaving Vannon to his leisurely lifestyle, we can further hear rumours about this Shrine of Vaermina if we visit Luther Broad's boarding house in the Elven Gardens district, where the eponymous owner, Luther, greets.
Hello. Luther Broad's boarding house. I'm Luther. You want beds or food? See me.
Hello, good sir. I was just looking for some libations, and perhaps the local Daedra to offer it to.
I don't trust you enough to talk about that. Yes?
Does this help?
That will get you something.
Now, you were saying about Daedra shrines nearby.
Daedric shrines nearby. East of the city, at the head of the Red River, is a shrine to Vaermina. Take care.
Taking the innkeeper's word as he keeps our coin. Riding east of the Imperial City, we find a small clearing overlooking a basin of water that must be Lake Popad. It's there we find 3 worshippers below a shrine depicting an aged female mage, complete with flowing robe with the deep sleeves and a 3-pronged wizard's staff. Approaching the seated Imperial commoner, Aviera Niril, she shares.
I have seen everything. After you've seen through Vaermina's eyes, nothing can frighten you.
Similarly, Redguard commoner Tenville saunters over to add.
I have mastered my fears. There is no terror to compare with what Vaermina has shown me in my dreams.
No fear thanks to nightmares? How is that possible? Searching for answers, we seek out the nearby priest, Amar Duar, loitering behind the lectern, and he probes.
Who are you, who dares to walk in the House of Shadow? What business do you have with the Lord Vaermina?
I actually was trying to learn more about the deity you worship.
Here we worship Vaermina, praying for her to grant us true visions. What is your business here?
We can then say, I have no business here.
Then perhaps you should go, lest Vaermina take interest in your dreams.
Otherwise, I wish to speak to Vaermina and perhaps grant her favor.
To speak with Vaermina, you must offer a black soul gem to the Daedra Lord.
Vaermina. I wish to speak to Vaermina.
Go
Vaermina. Then. Ignoring the Dunmer, if we approach the shrine empty-handed, a pop-up reads, "You do not have the proper offering Vaermina requires." Leaving the camp, our quest then updates. Vaermina's followers have told me that an offering of a black soul gem is needed in order to summon the Daedra. You must be level 5 to begin this quest. Now for some legwork in procuring an ultra-rare black soul gem, as it seems Vaermina's favour and powerful Daedric artifact demand an equally powerful tribute. Starting at level 5, there's actually a 10% chance that any Necromancer Adept, or Necromancer Boss, will be carrying a black soul gem in their inventory, so we could go necro hunting in one of their numerous dungeons around Cyrodiil. Just as an overview for the uninitiated, black soul gems are magical items from the necromancy school. Unlike regular soul gems, black soul gems can be used to trap the souls of humanoid races of Tamriel versus creatures which are trapped in regular soul gems. Now, you could be forgiven for wondering, how does one obtain the taboo black soul gem? Well, the rituals necessary to create said soul gems are revealed during the Mages Guild quest Necromancer's Moon, which we will soon explore in a series of its own. However, it's not actually necessary to do any of the Mages Guild storyline to create black soul gems. However, you don't innately learn how to do so until then. Now, the procedure is as follows. First, we head to one of these locations. The Dark Fissure, northwest of Doomed Mine, Fort Isteris, east of Kavach, Fort Linchel, northeast of Kavach, or Wendelbeck, at the headwaters of the Panther River. Outside of each of these locations, we'll find a white altar draped in a red cloth. You must then wait for the correct day, namely the Shade of the Revenant, as black soul gems can only be created during this special event. Well, how do you know it occurs? Well, as part of this phenomenon, a purple light shines down from the sky on each of the 4 necromancer altars. The Shade of the Revenant occurs on the same day at all 4 locations, and it happens every 8 days, starting from the first day of the game, i.e. the day on which Uriel's Septum enters your cell in the tutorial. Which is kind of amazing that, as the Emperor dies, the Revenant Moon of Manamako is upon the land, or its cycle begins. Again, the bizarre and captivating story of Manamako becoming a celestial body and blessing necromancers across Tamriel every 8 days is a tale for another time, and tied to the Mages Guild questline. However, leveraging this supernatural occurrence, we require, for now, 2 items. 1. An empty Grand Soul Gem, which unfortunately Azura's Star cannot substitute, although we can fittingly locate one in the Imperial City's own Arcane University in the Archmage's lobby no less. Number 2 is our mysticism skill at level 25 or above to perform the Soul Trap. Now, once we have both items, we'll head to one of the 4 necromancer altars, in this case, the Dark Fissure. And when the time is right, we see a beacon of light shine down on the necromancer's altar, where we place the Grand Soul Gem and cast Soul Trap, after which we're gifted the forbidden Black Soul Gem. Returning to the shrine, we offer the Dark Gem to the Daedra Vaermina, the Dreamweaver, and she responds.
We meet again, mortal, for we have met before, whether you know it or not. When you mutter in your sleep, you speak to me. When you waken, wet with sweat. You've just left my house. I dwell in your dreams. I savor your nightmares. Now you will serve me. The wizard Arkved has the orb of Vaermina, snatched from the dreams of my followers and dragged into the waking world. Travel to his tower and retrieve my orb. Take care, though, mortal. In my orb, Arkved has found more than he bargained for.
Pondering on how dreams could make it into the waking world, or how a man could steal an orb from her followers' dreams, approaching Amar Dua, he responds,
Vaermina has spoken to you. Surely you are blessed. We serve her will.
Tenville then brushes off.
We don't want more worshippers. We just want to be left alone. Go carefully.
And Aviera simply states,
Her eye is upon you.
Seeing Arkved's tower is due south, we begin our short ride and our quest updates. After I left an offering of a black soul gem, Vaermina's followers summoned the Daedra, who spoke to me. Vaermina told me of an orb that had been stolen by the wizard Arkved. I am to travel to his tower, retrieve the orb, and bring it to Vaermina. Arriving at the sizable stone fort, we enter the open tower and find by a nearby support strut a sun-bleached skeleton, and in the clearing, the lopped torso of an unknown body. Outside a few paltry chests, there seems to be no signs of life or value in the dilapidated ruins. To the southeast, however, we then see an old wooden double door that leads to Arkved's subterranean lair. Once inside, we head down a narrow corridor, hoping to pounce on the unsuspecting wizard. Instead, we find an eerily empty dining hall, all the cutlery laid out for multiple guests, yet no signs of food or life. In the next room to the southeast, we find an empty large area littered with cobwebs. Looting the contents of the two nearby chests, it's only as we move to exit, we then pause, sensing something amiss, and look up to see a queer, exact replica of the room we had just entered, however upside down and suspended on the ceiling, as if it were the floor. It's then we grasp something terrible and unnatural is happening here. Opening the next room to the southeast, we peer into the darkness, only to be rammed by a clanfear. Felling the foul foe and its kin, we look around the room to see what appears to be lava pouring through the walls and has hardened on the floor. Heading down a small set of stairs, we then enter Arkved's Void. Stepping into what feels like we have been transported outside of Mundus entirely. The zone resembles the bridges connecting the towers in the plains of Oblivion. And while collecting some gold and greater soul gems is a welcome boon in a nearby chest, we also find falling into the pitch-black void will only net us eternal darkness and certain death. Instead, we race across the treacherous platforms and find a similar door on the other side with a mirroring chest containing similar items. Disoriented, we start to lose any semblance of direction and are relieved to be free of the void as we enter Arkved's Lost Halls. Inside the Lost Halls, we see trees growing from the floor itself, reaching to the ceiling, and contend with a trio of clanfear. Post dealing with the Daedra, we locate multiple exits to explore, one to the northeast and a second southwest up the stairs. Heading first to our right, or the west, we encounter the now all too familiar Daedric claws protruding from the ceiling with gore strewn across the floor. More clanfear pounce at our intrusion. To the southeast, we then enter an old wooden door leading to a twisted and nightmarish version of a dining setting and bed, with a flame Atronach lobbing fiery missiles between the furniture. Instead of exiting via the southeast door, we can then about face and find, in the southwestern corner of the room, a tiny trapdoor leading to Arkved's oasis. Stepping out of the room, we see a hellish plain of Oblivion, and it's only when examining where we are in this desolate nightmare do we realize that we are facing an exact replica of Arkved's tower. It's then we also realize the extent of Vaermina's punishment, as Arkved's nightmares seem to have spilled into the waking world. Truly a twisted torment to endure, but what of the wizard himself? Now, it should be noted, if we had entered the southeastern door in Arkved's lost halls that we'd skipped previously near the trees, we could have instead entered the oasis high up on a precarious wooden ledge jutting out of the tower, which, with high enough acrobatics, could be skillfully plunged, or at least semi-skillfully. And then we could appear via the trapdoor in the dining room, skipping the bloody Hall of Daedra in the process. We then push on southeast to Arkved's Hall of Changes. Inside, we find more Daedra, with an ever-watchful, unwelcome dark Wellkind stone by their side. Defeating the enemies, save the stone, we open a northern door to find it blocked, and descend into a nightmarish maze, encountering yet another Atronach, who seemed to be guarding several dead bodies on slabs that look to have been recently had an autopsy performed on. And in the middle of the room lies a trapdoor to Arkved's retreat. Arkved's retreat, we learn, showcases more of the accursed wizard's nightmares made real, and is merely a single platform, with nothing but a restoration chest and ladder. The surrounding area is pitch black in all directions, with only the macabre sight of several rotten corpses dangling from ropes, some of them on fire to light up the place. While it is possible for the foolhardy to jump on a few of the unlit pillars, it is impossible to get back up, and a fall will lead to certain death in the void. Returning to the Hall of Changes and pressing southeast, we locate the penultimate zone of horrors, aptly titled Arkved's Rending Halls. This zone is a blood-soaked and completely straightforward corridor, filled to the brim with Daedra enemies and unanimated zombie corpses clamped to the walls. Past the slew of Atronachs, we find the floor littered with zombie corpses, the flesh rend from their bodies. To the northwest, we come across a trapdoor to the final zone, Arkved's Death Quarters. Opening the ancient portcullis, we see an amalgam of previous nightmares spilling into the Mage's private quarters. To our left, we then locate the slumbering Altma atop his bed, caged by Daedric claws, but looks wholly unmolested by the Daedra themselves. We then rustle the elf to see he's soundly unconscious, moreover, asleep, possibly trapped in a nightmare. Although we could simply kill the mage, this is not actually the intended outcome of the quest, which we will learn why when speaking to Vaermina, and instead, we see in the eastern end of the room a small table holding 2 books, some candles, a letter, and Vaermina's prized orb. The handwritten note reads, a note written in a trembling hand. There is no world so great as the world of the mind. There is no voyager so well-travelled as the traveller in the land of dreams. There is no abyss so deep as the well of terror that lies within each of us. I have plumbed its depths. I've seen the unthinkable. I am unafraid. Even death's boundaries do not confine me. I am the lord of limitless space and the master of place and time. Through the doors of sleep, the universe lies waiting for me. I will no longer wait for my dreams to carry me worlds away, to unknowable deeps, to unspeakable vastness. I shall dwell in the house of Vaermina, forever, the orb my companion. There is no compass to my destination, no end to my journey. My mind is the eternal voyager, fearless and wild with wonder in the halls of horror. Something tells us his horrors have only begun, and we turn to liberate the orb and our quest updates. I've retrieved the orb of Vaermina. I should now return it to the shrine. Exiting the tower under the gloom enveloping the hills, we return to Vaermina's shrine and the Dreamweaver greets.
My orb is returned, and Arkfed will live out the rest of his days in nightmare. It is fitting. You have proved yourself, mortal. It is fitting as well that you should bear my token.
Our quest then updates. Vaermina was pleased that I returned the Orb of Vaermina. I have been rewarded with a Skull of Corruption. The Daedric Princes artifact in hand, the Dark Elf bids us farewell.
Your business with Vaermina is complete. Tremble should she visit you in your dreams. True dreaming, Skullbearer.
The Daedric artifact Skull of Corruption is one of the most useful and devilishly inventive artifacts, as it creates an identical clone including equipment of almost any NPC that you hit it with. The target NPC will usually be immediately hostile to their double. Firing the staff at a friendly NPC is unfortunately considered an assault, even though it doesn't actually hurt the NPC. However, if the clone kills the NPC, this is not counted as murder by you. What follows is the target NPC fighting with his or her clone, and maybe with you too. The clone then disappears after 30 seconds. Now, remember how I said sparing Arkfed was best? Well, what if we don't allow Vaermina to haunt him for eternity, but instead use our new Staff of Corruption on his sleeping self? Well, a copy of the wizard will attack his unconscious double, all the while taunting him.
I'll hack you to...
And it's almost like seeing a bird attack itself in a mirror. With Arkfed slain, his double is no more, and we can lift off his corpse the semi-precious white mage's outfit. It should be noted, the Skull of Corruption is an immensely satisfying item to use on the many citizens of Cyrodiil. And if you want to see A, their fighting prowess in action, and B, when they're particularly mouthy, so you want to see them taunt themselves instead of you for once. Of course, those marked as essential can never be truly killed, but after hearing him speak, still definitely worth the hassle.
Die, damn you! Why won't you die?
Ha!
Die, damn you! This ends here! Let's get this over with.
Excuse me. The Empire doesn't run itself, you know. Submit a complaint to the usual department, and I'm sure someone will take care of it.
When exploring the city of Skingrad's stony streets, we see a familiar alchemical symbol adorning the sign of a shop named All Things Alchemical. Once inside, we see a lone dark elf proprietor behind the counter, and asking her name, she sullenly greets.
Me? I'm Falanu, House Lalu, as if that matters here.
Well, you're a long way from home. I assume profits brought you to Skingrad, if you're representing House Lalu.
I'm the only alchemist in Skingrad. Not much business here, but I can't go back to Morrowind. It's just like anywhere else in the Empire. By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
Stunned, we can reply. Excuse me? What?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering.
Or, I have no idea.
Thanks anyway.
And finally, I hate to ask, but is it the first offense?
Let's assume... no.
Well, then it's at least 500 gold.
That's nothing compared to Morrowind, thanks.
As a quick aside, I've covered Flanu Halalu's infamous necrophilia, including her first burnt-down establishment and nightly visits to the graveyard in Cyrodiil. Plus, being one of the most memorable moments in Oblivion, again, the great young Scrolls has made a phenomenally catchy song out of her misadventures. Both videos are linked at the end of this one.
What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel?
Back to Flano, though. Seeing as she's not exactly afraid of the taboo underbelly of society, we can probe with previously inaccessible dialogue once we've read Modern Heretics, asking, "Say, you haven't seen any Daedra shrines nearby, perchance?"
Makes you think I'd know anything about that?
I don't know, necrophilia maybe.
But it just so happens I've run into some Sanguine worshippers up in the Imperial Reserve, a long way northwest of Skingrad. Can't give you any better directions, unfortunately. Traveled mostly at night with a guide and didn't see much on the way. Good day.
Another way to learn about Sanguine Shrine is visiting Skingrad's Fighters Guild and seeking out Fadus Callidius, interrupting perhaps the most relatable of Oblivion dialogue to date.
Well met.
How goes it?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
I love walking by Salmo's place. The smell of his bread baking is amazing.
I could eat nothing but Salmo's baking for the rest of my life. That'd be fine with me.
Taking an immediate break from our quest, we then hunt down Salmo's infamous bakery, taking a lungful of the intoxicating smell of baked goods. We then ask the grubbily dressed Altma for a sweet roll and he lights up.
A sweet roll? But of course, Salmo is famous for his sweet rolls. One taste and you are in heaven. On top of the world, yes? I could never leave Skingrad. All my good friends here would die without my sweet rolls. The rest of the world must suffer as best it can without me.
Man, that Salmo was not kidding. These sweet rolls are to die for. Eating exactly 47 of the sweet treats, we return to the Fighters Guild basement and Fadus greets.
I'm in the Fighters Guild, yes. And I can train for weapon and shield parries. Fadus Callidius is the name. What brings you to Skingrad? Hunting goblins? Sure, they're thick in the West Weald, but you'll find their holes all over Cyrodiil.
Actually, I was hunting something a little more elusive. Daedra shrines, and I hear you're the man to speak to.
Yes. In fact, up in the Imperial Reserve, a long way northwest of Skingrad, I came upon a Sanguine shrine. Gave it a wide berth. I'm a goblin hunter. Don't want to tangle with those Daedra worshippers. Bye.
Heading to the shrine northwest of the city under the guise of night, we find in a small clearing a statue of a stout demon with dual horns sporting a drinking mug and its foot resting atop a humanoid skull. The acolytes, seeing us approach, loiter awkwardly, as if we'd interrupted a clandestine celebration, and the nearby Khajiit commoner then greets.
I joined for the parties and stayed for the parties. Why would I go back to work? That life is for suckers and fools.
She then commences praying to apparently the nearby party deity. A seated Altma to our left, Vorenthil, then questions.
It all feels good. It's all fun. Why not?
And the Bosma priest with his back to us, Engorm, then expands.
Have you come to revel in the glory that is the shrine of Sanguine?
What do you do here exactly that is shunned by civil society?
It is a place of celebration for us. We dance, we make love. Would you speak with Sanguine?
We then have two options being, no, I will not sully my morals and speak to Sanguine, and especially not if I have to join your sex party, you filthy Bosma bastard.
Of course you won't. Go on about your dreary existence. The Lord Sanguine has no interest in one such as yourself.
Otherwise, beers, babes, and bald Bosmas. Count me in.
Approach then, and bring Sanguine a gift. Some Cyrodiilic brandy is an appropriate gift for your host. Do not test his patience.
Our quest then updates. The followers of Sanguine have told me that in order to summon the Daedra, I will need to leave an offering of Cyrodiilic brandy at the statue, and you must be level 8 to begin this quest. Luckily for us, we'd acquired the expensive liquor previously, as Cyrodiilic brandy is located throughout Cyrodiil and can be commonly found in many nobles' houses, or in our case, it can also be bought at the main ingredient.
Let's do business. That's a good deal. Goodbye.
Back at the shrine, Forenthil reiterates.
You have been told how to summon Sanguine. If you feel worthy, proceed.
And if we don't?
You better have the right offering or you're wasting your time here. You stand on holy ground.
Ashni then complains of the worshippers' persecution.
We threaten no one. Why can't they just leave us alone? Remember, this place is sacred.
Approaching the shrine to Sanguine, we decide to give up the offering, and the Daedra responds.
Another mortal, come to beg Sanguine to add a bit of spice to an otherwise drab existence. I would have you perform a service for me. The Castle Leowin is a dull, dreary place. The mistress is an especially somber soul, and tomorrow she will hold another excruciating dinner party. I want you to liven it up. Use this spell on the Countess and her guests. I think it will make the party much more interesting. You should probably try to be inconspicuous, or they might kill you. Oh, and the party is by invitation only. You'll have to find a way in. Have fun.
As we turn to leave, Engorm then spurs on.
Sanguine has set you to a task. Do what you must, so we may drink to your success. Go then.
Our quest then updates. After I provided the offering to Sanguine, the Daedric Prince spoke to me. Sanguine believes that the Countess of Leowin is too stuffy and wants me to do something about it. She will be hosting a dinner party tomorrow, and I am to sneak into the castle undetected and cast the spell of stark reality on her. Though what exactly this spell of stark reality does, and how it is intended to alleviate the Countess's stuffiness, remains a mystery for now. We then head straight to the southern castle of Leowin, although it should be noted there's actually no time limit on this quest. Entering the main hall, we spy the seated dignitaries being Count Caro and his young bride, whose evening we've been tasked with ruining.
Fine greetings to you.
Yes?
Now, as a quick aside, seeing the regal Countess Alessia Caro, if one was to have a pang of guilt at wrecking her party and terrorizing her guests, we have actually learned in the past of her less favourable attributes, which I'll briefly break down because the writing here is so good, although the other nobles of Cyrodiil can be heard openly gushing.
Alessia Caro visits her mother in Coral regularly. A dutiful daughter, and a dutiful wife, I hear.
There's been trouble with smugglers and Khajiit bandits in the Trans-Nibbon, but Marius Caro is taking steps to deal with the problem.
When you approach Alessia for the first time, provided that you're not Argonian, she will give you a friendly greeting.
Welcome to Leowin. I'm Alessia Caro, and I have the honour to be the wife of the Count, Marius Caro.
And while Alessia's mother, Ariana Valga, is the famously fair and widowed ruler of Coral, who employs Nords despite her husband being slain in battle against Nord clansmen in Skyrim, Alessia has found the common beast folk in Leowin to be a burden, and if you approach her as an Argonian, she will subtly hint at her dislike of beast races.
I am Countess Alessia Caro, wife to Count Marius. I think Leowin would be better off if we removed all the dirty Argonians such as yourself. You wouldn't have a problem with that, would you?
No matter what, when asked about Leowin, she will reveal her political stance and tell you about her attempt to imperialize the region.
In these difficult times, we must count on persons such as you to secure our borders from bandits and rabble-rousers. We all profit by your lawful pursuit of the unlawful, and we encourage you to attack, burn, loot, and destroy them wherever you can.
Inside the castle, Alessia's right hand, Ladara Mothril, will let you in on the state of the county.
Leyawiin is in a state of transition. It has long been a respected county, making moderate cultural and economic contributions to the Empire. However, Leyawiin must move toward the mainstream of imperial culture, both in trade and in political affairs.
This point of view worries Count Marius' chief advisor Onstea Sundu to no end.
Onstea Sundu, Castle Leyawiin's steward and chief advisor to Count Marius Caro, in theory. Leyawiin has always been a melting pot of races and cultures. Of course, racial and cultural conflicts produce inefficiencies and confusion. I fear Lady Leyawiin and Ladara Mothril plan to push the minorities aside and establish a bland imperial-dominated culture here in Leyawiin.
Savi, the Gajid castle mage, agrees with Onstea and proclaims,
Savi, Count's mage and castle healer, your servant. I have been happy enough in the Count's service, but I am not so happy about his lovely wife and her Nibbanean advisor. Lady Alicia is uncomfortable with Khajiit ways, and Argonian ways, and Dunmer ways. She is only comfortable with pure white-bread Nibbaneans.
During the Thieves Guild questline, we received unsettling information about what actually transpires in the bowels of Castle Leyawiin. After talking to the imprisoned freelance thief Amuse, local beggars Dee the Scalawag and Rancid Redirshah will hint at the secrets of the castle.
I've heard of a hidden torture chamber. They say that Count Marius interrogates Argonian immigrants from Black Marsh. The servants whisper that the Argonians are dragged into the basement and never seen again.
While this suggests that Alessia's husband goes to extreme measures against beast races, talking to Ladara Mothril will reveal that the couple tortures the Argonians together.
Shh! It's dangerous to be heard talking about that! The Countess has a secret passage somewhere in the basement that leads to her private quarters. That's where the torture chamber is. Sometimes I can hear the screams of the prisoners when I'm in my chambers.
So now that we have the measure of the Countess and her refined tastes, it's time we visit Alessia at her dinner party as instructed. As we enter the main hall and head to a door to the right into the dining hall, we bump into none other than Alessia gossiping, including a small tidbit about our prior elimination in service of the Dark Brotherhood.
How can I help you?
Rats? They've got Fighters Guild people out killing rats? You're kidding, right?
Oh, how horrible. You know Kalia Draconis? That nice watch officer stationed at the castle? She's been murdered.
It can't be.
Good day.
Attempting to enter the dining hall after the Countess, the guard bars our path, warning.
Hi there. Hold on. There's a dinner party here tonight, and no one gets into the room until it's prepared. And no one gets in the room, even after it's prepared, unless they're on the list. And even if they're on the list, they'd better be dressed for it. This is important to the Countess, and no one is going to muck it up. Got it?
Waiting until after 8 p.m. and approaching the guard again in our iron armor, he questions.
Well met. What are you doing here? You don't look like one of the party guests. I don't remember you on the list.
It's me, Dash. Here for the dinner party?
Look, it's a fancy party. You seem a fine enough sort, but not so nice as I'm going to just let you in there. At least not dressed like that.
Refused based on our standing and presumably attire, we then have two options. The first is to befriend the guard, raising his disposition over 70 and asking for an invitation he will relent.
Don't know that you're dressed for it, but you seem like a really likable sort. I'll let you in. I'd better not regret this. Good day.
Our second option is to return in Noble's fineries, dressing so slick, even the Countess will pop her head out to flirt.
You've got some nimble fingers. What have you been getting into?
Just a loose brazier or two. Alessia, smitten with our smutty ways, no doubt reminding her of her husband, stands approvingly as we explain to the guard. Back, you common jailer! I'm here to enjoy the scrumptious goods on offer. and perhaps the food.
I don't know who you are, and I'm not all that sure about you. But you're dressed for it. Can't imagine dressing up for any other reason. Go on in. Bye.
Well met.
With our deception successful, we step inside the dining hall and hear the upper class gossip among themselves.
Hello.
What's the latest?
When Cedrasa isn't teaching alchemy, he spends all of his time researching a cure for skooma addiction.
I've heard he never leaves his laboratory. He's certainly dedicated to his craft.
So I've heard.
I'm not sure the Dark Brotherhood is any more serious a problem than beggary and petty thievery. And it's certainly a discreet and secret problem.
Oh.
Before we get seated for the fun, it should be noted 4 nobles other than the Countess have to be present for the quest to be successful, being the High Elf Termanwi and Vlamil Aureus. Unfortunately for me, Imperials Britta and Jaris Invil never showed up in my game. So in desperation, I actually teleported to them thanks to the console and found the Imperial couple in this bizarre limbo replica of this section of the castle until the quest begins. However, once the bug is fixed, we can take our seats at the table and explore the 2 options of success or failure for the quest. First, exploring success, we get up from the table nonchalantly and hurl the unknown spell in the middle of the guests to hear a cacophony of screams from our victims. Attempting to hide behind a pillar, we're caught by the guard.
Stop! You violated the law! Since you lack the funds to pay the court, you must now serve out your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit.
Looking down to bribe the guard, we see we too are naked and limply ask, can't we just forgive and forget?
Then pay with your blood!
The partygoers then descend on us.
Stay away!
And we leap over the table, bounding out of the room and dash down the hallway. The guards outside, just as vigilant, and the rain stinging our cheeks. Just outside the northern gate, we then abscond with a white horse and dive into the river as our quest updates. I've succeeded in casting the Stark Reality spell on the Countess of Leyawen and her company. I should return to the Shrine of Sanguine, but before we visit the shrine, what happens if we instead failed the quest?
By the gods, there's a psychopath on the loose! Out!
Well, when casting the spell, we can miss a vital portion of the guests.
How can I help you?
Rats for the new associates. Is it some initiation test or something?
Absolutely not.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
Nothing I'd like to talk
Stay
about.
away!
What's going on, guys?
There's a psychopath on the loose! Assault!
This ends here!
Being found out, we similarly escape the obscene scene. However, as soon as we exit the castle, our quest would have instead updated. I failed to affect all the guests with the Stark Reality spell. The spell is worn off and my items have been returned to me, but I have failed my quest for Sanguine. Similarly, we could return to the Shrine of Sanguine, but see his container is locked to us, and neither his followers nor the Daedra deign to acknowledge us afterwards. If we instead had succeeded in our rude and nude party trick, the Lord of Revelry would congratulate.
Success, mortal. And it appears you joined in the festivities as well. Good for you. You need to lighten up a bit. You'll find your equipment in that chest over there. And here's a little something for your efforts. Maybe we'll celebrate again sometime.
Our quest would then update. Sanguine was pleased with my efforts. He's given me the Sanguine Rose as a reward. I may retrieve my belongings in the nearby chest. Checking the chest, we indeed find our belongings have miraculously been transported there. Plus, the Sanguine Rose appears in our inventory, a staff that looks to be made into a rose at the top with thorns lining the shaft. Now, before we test out said staff, another fun fact is there is a special edition of the Black Horse Courier which accompanies this quest that can only be found in a few places in Leyawen, including 2 copies in the dungeon post-quest, that reads, Special Edition, Dinner Party Marred by Prankster. Countess Alessia Caro is a lady of great beauty, wit, and grace. Her face is known throughout Cyrodiil. Unfortunately, thanks to one deviant prankster, the rest of her has become known to a good deal of her castle staff as well. During what started as a formal dinner party for some close friends of the Countess, an unknown assailant cast a spell that affected all who attended. Though it did no physical damage, it certainly left a lasting impression. The Countess and all of her invited guests suddenly found themselves all together in the All-Together. The spell apparently stripped everyone affected of all their possessions, including the clothes on their backs. From all reports, the frightened guests handled the situation calmly, maintaining proper decorum at all times. Everybody was acting like ladies and gentlemen, said one palace staffer who asked not to be identified. I don't think they was trying to sneak no glances at anyone's naughty bits. As to the identity of the assailant, castle guards have remained silent. Some reports maintain that the culprit was apprehended at the scene. Others claim that he was able to escape without detection. One witness even claims that the assailant was affected by his own spell and fled this scene in haste when he realized he too had been a victim. Whatever the case, castle security has been on high alert since the incident. It is not known as of press time whether Countess Caro has any dinner parties planned in the near future. Testing out our staff of Sanguine before we exit the clearing, Engorm congratulates.
Sanguine is pleased. It is reason to celebrate. Reach for glory, Rosebearer.
And we see the group standing over a fresh kill, wondering what type of debauchery they wish to perform on this poor deceased mountain lion. But instead, we test the rose as it can summon a random Daedra who attacks the person or creature targeted by the spell, and the spell must hit a person or creature in order to work. The summon may be any type of Daedra, and although it only spawns a Daedra for 20 seconds, that is plenty of time to party.
Mud crab's more fearsome than you.
Wait a minute, let me do that one again. What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel?
When entering the seafaring city of Anvil, we stop by the Mages Guild for some alchemical supplies. Inside the dining hall, we then bump into a diminutive Bosma, one of the few people in Cyrodiil to have managed to tame an imp named Sparky, although this has not done much for his manners as he reluctantly breathes.
Oh, it's you. I greet you, Thorin, journeyman of the Mages Guild.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Thorin. What are you doing here in Anvil?
I believe some people think of Anvil as a slow, sleepy place compared to eastern Cyrodiil, but there's plenty of trouble up north to be found.
Huh, trouble up north. Sounds like you're thinking of something specific.
There's a Malacath shrine west of Fort Such, west of the Gold Road to Hammerfell, but I stay away. I like my skin on the outside, in one piece. Farewell.
Ugh. His quip about losing his skin sounds rather nasty. Exiting the guild hall and the city, we then bump into local huntsman Pinarus Inventius.
What can I do for you?
As with other Daedric quests, you must have already read Modern Heretics or have spoken with Yulin Lervu about Cheydinhal to have him even mention the Daedra dialogue available, and we inquire. I just came from the Mages Guild in town and heard there's a shrine to Malacath north of the Gold Road. Though he didn't say where. Would you be able to help me and mark it on my map, perchance? Only if you've seen it, of course.
I saw a big statue of Malacath, west of Fort Such, west of the Gold Road to Hammerfell. It looked like Daedra worshippers to me. Good day.
It should quickly be noted, Pinarus may be wearing mismatching armor due to seductive sirens that pinched his gear in a previous quest, linked at the end of this video, much to the chagrin of his wife, I might add.
Astiod Inventius, wife of the woodsman Pinnerus Inventius. Always out hunting. Anything to avoid doing a little work around the house.
We, however, are forgoing meeting some beautiful and buxom vixens praying to the Aedra of debauchery Debella in favour of heading north to search for the statue of Malacath, patron god to the maligned orcs of the region. Nearing the clandestine shrine at night, we find 3 awesome adherents in various states of worship, 2 of which are barefoot. On closer inspection, we see Malacath depicted as a large orc hefting a sizable 2-handed sword over his head. This must be the fabled sword Volendrung we'd read about in Modern Heretics. Dismounting our horse, we then approach the closest follower, the boot-wearing Gorub Gro Ugdub.
Were you invited? I didn't invite you.
Approaching the next apparent zealot mid-prayer, the shoeless Mug-Gro Murgak, and he questions.
Who's talking to you? I'm not.
Enervated by our lack of welcome, we next speak to the leader of the rabble, the barefoot, axe-wearing Shobub Gro Rugdush, who scorns.
You dare come here to the shrine of our Lord? You are not one of us.
Look, I was told this was the shrine of Malacath, defender of the betrayed, and I'm looking for the Daedra's favour.
I guess you haven't heard. We don't like the beautiful people. But maybe you can persuade me you're ugly inside.
Persuading Shobob, we bribe.
Make it quick. See, was that hard?
So, you were saying how to meet the creator of curses?
You're not one of Malacath's favorite people. He likes orcs. Too bad for you. So you approach his shrine at your own risk.
Now, you're probably wondering, what would happen if we were an orc right now? Well, all of these interactions with the orcs and Malacath himself would be vastly different, and we'll explore the orc path as soon as we've spoken to Malacath. Until then, we can say, you know what? I do like my skin on the outside. I won't approach the shrine.
Afraid he might mess up that pretty face? Good thinking.
Otherwise, you think I'm scared just because I'm human? I'll approach the shrine.
Then go on and do your approaching. But Malacath wants a present. He likes troll fat. Go then.
Exiting the camp, a quest and updates. One of Malacath's worshippers has told me that in order to have the Daedra summoned, I must leave an offering of troll fat at the statue. You must be level 10 to begin this quest. Troll fat obviously is procured from dead trolls and can be found in many places across Cyrodiil, including caves and mines. However, for today, the easiest place to happen across a fresh sample is in the Skingrad Mages Guild living quarters, behind a display case with a hard lock. Returning to the shrine, we offer the troll fat to the altar of Malacath.
You brought a present? Good. That's smart. You want something? And if you're smart, you do what I tell you. Lord Drad took my ogres. Says he owns them. Lying maggot! They're my ogres! Lord Drad put my little brothers in chains, working in the mines. I don't like that! Get over to Lord Drad's estate. Let my ogres loose and get them out. Okay, get going!
Just quickly, before we commence Malacath's quest, we will explore which unique dialogue we can expect if we approach the shrine as an orc. Some initial dialogue, such as between Mug-Gro Murgle, would remain the same.
Who's talking to you? I'm not.
However, when we speak to Shobob, he welcomes.
You found the shrine of the Lord Malacath, friend orc. You are welcome here.
Thank you, brother. I'm looking to see the boss.
Malacath likes orcs, when he likes anything. So you can approach the shrine. He won't hurt you, really. Go ahead.
We can then similarly respond.
I don't think I'll approach the shrine.
Good thinking. You want to keep your good looks? Go talk to some nice, pretty gods.
Otherwise, time to see the big man.
Orcs are always welcome, but Malacath wants a present, like troll fat, and only troll fat. I'll be here. You've been told what you have to do.
Bringing Malacath the troll fat, he delightedly greets.
Nice present. Good. And from a nice orc, too. Double good. Orcs are smart. They know you want something. You do what boss tells you. So listen good. Lord Drad took my ogres. Poxy White Skin says he owns them. Lying maggot! They're my ogres! So, this Lord Drad, he puts my little brothers in chains, working in the mines, and it makes me mad. So, you get over to Lord Drad's estate, get my ogres loose, and get them out. Do it now, for me, the boss!
Malacath must think you're okay. Congratulations. You must be as ugly and disgusting as the rest of us. I'll be here.
From this point, the quest plays out similarly as it updates. When I left the offering, Malacath was summoned and spoke to me. He tasked me with travelling to the estate of Lord Drad and freeing his ogre slaves. Of course, working for the Daedra Prince of lies, deception and hypocrisy, we can choose to succeed or fail the quest, which we will soon explore both options. For now, we ride southeast of the shrine and find a sprawling estate comprised of vegetable crops and stable plus 3 buildings, a large estate home plus 2 outbuildings. Making a beeline for the slave quarters, we find the door handily unlocked. Bursting inside, however, there is no sign of the ogres to be freed in either building, bar the remnants of the beast's mess, as they expectedly live in a dishevelled squalor with all manner of debris littering the grounds inside their meagre slave quarters. Making our way to the foreboding large estate, we open the double doors and see the incensed estate owner who barks.
This is your last warning. Get out, or I'll call the guards and have you arrested.
Quickly looking around to gain our bearings, we see a Dunmer couple alone in a 2-story abode, some of their possessions still in boxes, as they haven't seemed to fully moved in. With quick thinking, we say, By Azura, by Azura, by Azura! Is this the Lord Drad? I can't believe we're neighbours.
I welcome you to my humble home, stranger. What brings you to this place?
Well, sir, I just had to see your estate. What brings you to the Gold Coast?
The land is good, the farm productive, but it's mining the wealth from beneath the land that will make my fortune.
I'd heard there was good mining here, to be sure. So you're using ogres to mine, then?
Can you think of a better use for the mindless beasts? Under my eye, they do some good in this world.
We now have 2 distinct options to respond, which changes how the Drads feel about us. If we first dispute, no creature should be a slave. I knew you dirty dark elves would bring your barbarism here.
I don't believe I asked for your opinion on this matter. I am done speaking with you. Please leave my estate.
Our quest would update. I've spoken with Lord Drad. He believes the ogres to be suitable slaves, as it does not violate imperial law. I fear I've angered him, though, and he will no longer speak with me. Perhaps his wife will be more forthcoming. Though perhaps not, as both run upstairs to find a weapon and cannot be conversed with.
Take that! Show me what you got. Do your worst.
If we instead made a beeline for Lady Drad, pre-commotion she would beg.
I'm afraid you've upset my husband. Please, leave before he loses his temper. I beg you.
I understand. I just wanted to learn more about the land.
Drad purchased the land and title from council. It cost him a fortune, and he's determined to make it pay.
How do you feel about making your fortune through ogre slaves?
I can't tell you about that. Please, just go. We'll see.
How about if I help out with a few coins?
See? Was that hard? Can't do better than that. He works them in bleak mine. It's terrible. The guards beat the creatures mercilessly. That's all I can tell you. Now please go. Good day.
We then have our quest update. Lady Drad has told me that the ogres are located in Bleak Mine, not far from here. I will have to go free them to appease Malacath. However, if we originally had instead complimented Drad about his ogre slaves, he would have also shared.
I am quite pleased with the ogre slaves in my bleak mine. No issues of slavery with brute beasts. Profitable and legal.
Bleak Mine, you say? Sounds profitable.
The source of my income, of course. I bought it for a song from a foolish orc. My ogres mine the gold, and I reap the reward. Bye.
Heading southeast, our quest similarly would update. I've spoken with Lord Drad. He believes the ogres to be suitable slaves as they are mindless beasts, and is pleased with the ogres he used in Bleak Mine. It appears I will have to free the ogres myself if I am to complete Malacath's task for me. Approaching the mine, we find its entrance is barred by a levelled lock, so it should be noted, if we were keeping our eyes open at the Drad estate, we could have found the Bleak Mine key on a small table in the sitting room.
Put that back, you worthless thief!
Once inside the mine, our quest updates. I've entered Bleak Mine. Now I must free Malacath's ogres. Dousing our torch, we fear we've been made as we creep closer to a conversation between guards.
Hi there. How are things? What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel? They say that slavery has been abolished in Morrowind. House Dress and Hlalu have renounced the slave trade and freed the beastfolk from servitude. It is not surprising, considering Morrowind's violent past. We can only hope the troubles subside quickly. Goodbye. Bye.
Unfortunately, our troubles are just beginning, as we're then forced to leap out of the shadows to meet a horrible fate.
Hello?
Look out!
Who's there?
Die! Damn you! Petty old die!
Good to see you.
If, instead of getting into a brawl when we entered the mine, we could slip past the guards in the main shaft, heading east down a side passage where we could either sneak past or snipe the first guard who, like his dark elf counterparts, holds an array of dwarven or orcish armor and weaponry, plus one of the 2 keys to the ogre's cells.
Goodbye. Bye.
Dispatching the second dwarven garbed guard and the third. We dip into the second's pockets to find both sets of keys needed to free the ogres, being the shiny and tarnished ogre keys. Heading northeast, we then see the guards from the main hall have finished their conversation and have begun approaching the ogres' cells to do their rounds. Evading the guards hot on our heels, we then round a corner to our right to see the slave ogres caged. Opening the door with a shiny key, we note. I have freed one of the groups of ogres. I must check to see if there are more to be freed. The liberated ogres, seeing their captors, ignore us as an all-out brawl breaks out.
Die! Let's get this over with! Die!
With all the guards either pummeled to death or full of arrows, we then follow the ogres past the main shaft of the gold mine, which, to be fair, does look quite bountiful, and into the northwestern branch of the tunnels. Inside, we see a guard's mess hall, and on the far wall, a chest of their belongings, which is comprised of not only levelled swords, a poison and soul gem, but also 346 gold for the taking. We then, using our tarnished key, we note in our journal, I freed all the ogres in the Bleak Mine. I should return to the Shrine of Malacath. As we exit the mine victorious, we spy in the distance a few beings working the field under the watchful eye of an ogre. Approaching, We see it's indeed Lord Drad in beggar's attire, and he anxiously whispers,
"Please, I've got to get to work. If I don't, who knows what those ogres will do to me?"
Seeing his wife, Lady Drad, in a similar predicament, she sullenly acknowledges,
"Now my poor husband is the slave, and the ogres are his masters. They haven't harmed us, but he's never worked so hard in his life."
Seeing justice done for the poor ex-slaves, now overlooking their new servants, we can choose to fail the quest by taking pity on Drad, or perhaps agreeing ogres are farm tools and nothing more, and execute every last ogre on his once pristine property.
Look out!
Unfortunately, if we speak to Drad, he would still be digging the garden.
"Please, I've got to get to work. All we have left is the farm."
His wife, disgusted with us, shews,
"You've murdered the poor beasts and ruined us. Leave us alone."
What a terrible fate to have to be a farmer instead of a slave, eh? We can also attempt to approach Malacath at his shrine to see if the Prince of Hypocrisy can see the irony in our actions, but a pop-up simply states, Malacath wanted his ogres freed, not killed. Now there's no chance of earning the reward he promised. Although there is no voice line present, Malacath's disembodied voice was also supposed to claim,
Malacath wants you to free his ogres, not kill them. No present for you.
If we instead had succeeded the quest and allowed the ogres to take Drad's estate for themselves and approach Malacath's shrine, he would have congratulated.
Good job. No one owns ogres but me! And I fixed that maggot. The ogres own Drad. Make Drad eat death. Now you get a present. Keep up the good work, and be nice to my little brothers.
Our quest would then update. Malacath was satisfied with my efforts to free the ogres. He's rewarded me with Volendrung. Volendrung, for longtime fans, is a Daedric artifact and gigantic, powerful two-handed Dwemer warhammer. It's enchanted with drain health and, more importantly, 3 seconds of paralyze. Malacath's priest then begrudgingly congratulates.
Malacath likes you. You don't look very foul or ugly, but just keep doing ugly stuff and you'll be fine. Good fortune, Volendrung.
Although it should be noted, none of the quest dialogue outside of the start of the quest would change if you're an orc. What does change is the Drad's essential status, which is removed upon completion of the quest, and we get to give the two lovebirds a taste of our hammer.
I've got to get to work. If I don't, who knows what those ogres will do to me?
Ah!
Help! Murder!
Ah!
When in the swampy city of Leyawen, we look for alchemical supplies in the local mages guild. Inside, dark elf alchemist Alves Uvenom greets.
Nice to meet you.
In a dialogue tree, the topic Daedra Shrines only appears, as with other Daedra quests, if we'd already read Modern Heretics or have spoken with Yulin Hlurvu about Cheydinhal. Meeting these criteria, we ask, say, have you heard about a statue up the yellow road I keep hearing about?
You mean the shrine to Nocturnal? That's north of Leyawen, east of the lower Niben. May all your travels be safe.
Exiting the guild hall, our path is made clear as we ride through the Vale of Night across the yellow road north of Leyawen and mount a hill with our horse to see a clandestine coven of 3 acolytes in a clearing standing before a candlelit bridge across a small body of water leading to the shrine. The statue appears to depict a woman, arms outstretched, with birds atop either arm and a cloak draping her naked body. Silently approaching a nearby Breton commoner, Francine Verlaine, she preternaturally senses us and casually comments over her shoulder.
We are not afraid of the dark. The Night Mistress gives us eyes to see night's secrets.
Eyes indeed. What other gifts other than perception should we expect? And we're answered by a Redguard commoner, Dola, who cryptically muses.
We seek what the darkness hides, and the Night Mistress is our guide.
Approaching their leader to the right for clarity, the Orc Nightblade, Morgra Gamorn. Instead, she questions.
What is your business in this place?
I was informed by the locals of this shrine of Nocturnal and decided to see it myself.
You should not be in this place. What is your business here? Do you believe yourself worthy to speak to Nocturnal?
Taken aback, we reconsider. Forget it. I'm only passing through.
Then leave, and forget you have ever seen this place.
Otherwise, yes. I've heard good things about having Nocturnal's favor. I wish to approach the shrine.
Perhaps you have been summoned. Perhaps Nocturnal desires your service and has guided you here. Approach.
Approach? Like empty-handed? Nocturnal demands no offering. What should I expect here?
Approach the shrine, if you dare.
Before we leave, we can share. You know, the 9 aren't perfect, but there's a lot less cloak and daggers with the chapel.
I tried the chapels. They're a waste of time.
Fair enough, then.
You stand on holy ground.
Cautiously making our way to the shrine, our quest and updates. I found the shrine to Nocturnal and spoken with her followers. They have agreed to allow me to speak to the Daedra. I may approach the statue. You must be level 10 to begin this quest. Touching the base of the surprisingly warm stone of the Prince of Night, Dark and Mystery's feet, she whispers in her mind.
Night among the strangers. Secrets in the dark. Nocturnal is here. But my eye is blind and drowned, stolen from its shrine and hid in dark waters. To steal from a god is most unwise. In Leowin, 2 Argonians think themselves secret, but the eye has seen them. Find these thieves in the city that spans the waters. Learn where they hide my eye. Retrieve the eye of Nocturnal mortal, and return it to me, and I shall look favorably upon you.
Now, it should be noted, an unknown party had previously successfully stolen the cowl of Nocturnal, which is visibly without during a certain quest linked at the end of this video. Adding her eye to the mix, and the cloak, which was purportedly stolen in the book Purloined Shadows, I'm starting to believe the Mistress of Shadows is floating around somewhere in her realm of Oblivion, Evergloam, looking like a right mess. Exiting the Mistress of Shadows shrine, her priest guides.
You have been set on a path. Follow it.
Riding to Leowin to locate some ocular absconding Argonians, our quest updates. When summoned, Nocturnal spoke to me of the Eye of Nocturnal, which has been stolen. The Daedra believes the thieves to be in Leowin. I'm to go there, find the thieves, and return the eye to the shrine. Entering the damp chapel district from the west, we see the Five Claws Lodge, which is reportedly popular among beast folk. Upon entering, a towering Nord smith blocks our path, and we inquire. Hi there, have you heard anything about some Argonian thieves lately?
I'm Itar. Say, did you hear what that Argonian said? What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. He said any Argonian can kick any Khajiit's butt to breakfast any day of the week. You believe that? I think he's wrong. I know Khajiit can kick Argonian butt. Anytime, anywhere. And you can tell everyone I said so.
Right. Bar fighting. Have you heard anything about Argonians?
I think it's a disgrace that Argonians can swagger around Leowin, boasting how they whooped this Khajiit silly and beat that Khajiit to a pulp.
Thank you, Itar the Instigator.
Take care.
We then approach the Argonian publican, Witsadusi, who greets.
Welcome, stranger, to the 5 Claws. Food and beds, cheap and good, but most of all, your hostess promises always clean. Witsadusi gives you her guarantee. Everything clean, always, or you do not pay.
Sounds like either good business practices or something undiagnosed. Say, Witsadusi, what's the word on the street? I hear some fellow Argonians may have stolen something important. Now, if you tell me, perhaps I can put in a good word at how clean your local establishment is to the Imperials around town.
So much dirt and so little time. Pause but a moment, and you'll be drowned in the tide. Trash, mud, dust. We all love Count Marius and his father before him. Arche bless his soul, such a fine young man. And now his new wife, so beautiful, so fine, and wise. Oh, yes, the new Lady Leowyn is daughter to Countess Ariana Valga, County Coral. And so she knows just how the county should be run. Lady Alicia tells Count Marius exactly what to do, and he does as she says. But listen to me, cawing and chattering like an old fish crow. Take care.
Although we are no closer to finding the thieves, the innkeeper may have given us an unconventional lead during her rant about the Count and Countess. And so we make our way to Castle Leowyn, and atop the throne sits Countess Alessia Caro, alone, who introduces.
Welcome to Leowyn. I'm Alicia Caro, and I have the honour to be the wife of the Count, Marius Caro.
It should be noted, if we had approached her as an Argonian, she would have instead said,
I am Countess Alicia Caro, wife to Count Marius. I think Leowyn would be better off if we removed all the dirty Argonians such as yourself. You wouldn't have a problem with that, would you?
Knowing her feelings about the lizard folk and wondering what Witsadusi would say if she heard this, we inquire, Milady, this is why I've come to you. I've heard local Argonian thieves are about, and I'm here to stop them.
In these difficult times, we must count on persons such as you to secure our borders from bandits and rabble-rousers. We all profit by your lawful pursuit of the unlawful, and we encourage you to attack, burn, loot, and destroy them wherever you can. Be seeing you.
Realizing that Caro takes a hard stance on crime, we then divine perhaps these Argonians that stole from Nocturnal are indeed repeat offenders. And so with this tenuous link, we rush to the castle dungeon found in the eastern wing. Once inside, the castle jailer greets.
Protect and serve. It's what we do.
Hello there. I'm just looking to visit a prisoner.
Well, since we don't have any Argonians, I can allow it. The Countess won't allow visitors to Argonian prisoners. I'll be watching, though.
Wait, no Argonians? It should be noted, found beyond the prison is a hidden, horrific torture chamber the royals use to extract information or perhaps nightly entertainment from their poor Argonian prisoners. Again, this will be linked in the same Thieves Guild video at the end of this one. We stop the jailer as he ambles forward and he queries.
Can I help you?
Have you heard of something called the Eye of Nocturnal?
Eye of Nocturnal? Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Look, supposedly Argonians stole it. Have you heard anything about Argonian thieves, perchance?
Weebamna and Bajin have been bragging about some big score they made recently. They claim it's a valuable jewel. Who knows with those two?
Oh, really? Bajin, you say?
She wasn't a bad sort until she hooked up with that rascal Weebamna. That's where you're likely to find her, at Weebamna's house.
And Weebamna, I bet, is there too.
He's always got some scam going with Bajin, his partner. You might find them both at Weebamna's house. Good day.
Our quest and updates. I have been told that Weebam Na and Bajin were recently heard talking about a valuable jewel that they had found and how it would make them wealthy. Heading to the eastern quadrant of Leyawen, we see across from the house for sale and near the pond, the Argonian Weebam Na's abode. Not so cautiously, we enter and overhear.
Good morning. Did you hear Itar stirring things up again?
He's always trying to stir things up. I don't think he means any real harm, though.
See you.
Farewell.
See, personally, I definitely think Itar is looking for a race war for his own amusement. Regardless, we focus on the task at hand and scan the shack, noting all the places these bunglers could have hidden the eye. Approaching Weebam Na, he barrels into his own questionable tirade.
Rats. Hate them, everyone. Gonna hunt them down and chop them all to tiny bits. Oh, did I say that out loud? Excuse me, I'm Weebam Na, the hunter. You got to excuse me, I got rats on the mind.
Right, rats. Not exactly sure that's the number one thing you should be worried about right now.
Have you seen all the rats around here? It's making me crazy. First, this guy decides he's gonna make $1 million. Opens a fancy restaurant. Rats in a cream sauce. Rat flambe. Rat necrom with bone meal gravy. Deep fried rat. Lemon rat and wild rice. Rat ragu with powdered deer penis. Of course, when the guard found out, they ran his sorry butt right out of town. But they left the rats. Rats.
Rat ragu with powdered deer penis. Where was that in the official Elder Scrolls cookbook? Sorry there, old boy, I got momentarily distracted. Did you say your name was Weebam Na?
I am Weebam Na. What do you want?
What I want is the Eye of Nocturnal. Know about it?
Never heard of the thing, and neither has Bajin. You ask too many questions.
Bajin, presumably hearing her name, strolls up to introduce.
I'm Bajin. I'm a hunter and Weebam Na's partner. I hope he didn't bother you about the rat thing. He's gone totally rat cuckoo, I'm afraid.
Yes, I'm still reeling from the deer penis. Tell me, what are you doing in Leyawen?
Maybe Weebam Na told you how we got all the rats here in Leyawen. It's not so bad. He's been killing them for months.
Really? So he was killing rats while you took the Eye of Nocturnal, huh?
Why? Why would you ask? I've never heard of it. No idea what you're talking about. And Weebam Na doesn't know either. Good day.
Smelling a rat with the Argonians' double talk, our quest updates. Bajin denies knowing anything about the Eye of Nocturnal and tells me Weebam Na knows nothing either. Perhaps I should try to listen in on their conversations and see if they offer any clues.
Fresh game.
As soon as the two believe we've left earshot, Bajin then begins.
But what if the trolls eat it?
Shh, there's someone here. Wait until they leave.
Our quest then abruptly updates. I overheard Bajin and Weebam Na talking, but they stopped when they realized I was there. I must eavesdrop on them without being detected. Re-entering the house at a later time, we eavesdrop successfully.
But what if a fisherman uses the cave?
No fisherman is going into Tidewater Cave. It's full of trolls. We have to sneak past them, remember?
We should go get it right now.
And have one of your nosy friends snoop around here and steal it? No. It's safer in Tidewater Cave.
You're right. I know. I'm just worried. I'll try to calm down.
With that damning conversation, our quest updates. I overheard Bajin and Weebam Na speaking of Tidewater Cave and the treasure they've hidden there. I should investigate the cave. Caught red-handed, we pull our torch and approach Bajin, and she offers.
Go ahead, please.
I just heard you talking about Tidewater Cave and wanted to learn more.
I know nothing of the place. Just an old cave, from what I hear.
Let's see what Weebam Na has to say about it.
Good day.
Go ahead, please.
Weebam, You're a proficient hunter of rats and other things. Tell me, do you think there are any rats in Tidewater Cave?
Tidewater Cave? Tidewater Cave. Why do you ask about this place?
We then have two options of either. Bajin mentioned it to me.
Bajin? Bajin knows nothing. Bajin tells stories. Silly Bajin. Shame on Bajin to tell such silly stories.
However, if we don't want Bajin to get into a domestic, we can instead say, I thought you mentioned it.
I did no such thing. I think perhaps you've been spying on me. Yes, spying. You cannot have my treasure.
Treasure? So you do know about Tidewater Cave?
There is no need to speak of that place. It is a bad place.
Look at the muscles on you.
Post Bajin flirting. Our quest updates. Weebam suspects I've been eavesdropping on his conversations. I must get to Tidewater Cave and look for the Eye of Nocturnal. Now, it should be noted, the quest actually can diverge into two separate paths to either succeed or fail, which requires us to attack the Argonians in cold blood. Letting them live for now, we depart for Tidewater Cave. South of Leowyn, we ride down the Panther River to be mauled by a troll that came out of nowhere. Stunned that we've lost our bay horse, we trudge forward on foot to the entrance of Tidewater Cave. Inside the damp opening, we locate a skeleton to our right, clearly an adventurer foolish enough to venture into this death trap. In front of us, we see a lone rat and dispatch it without alerting any of the other cave's occupants, although we think we can hear them among the steady drips. It's only when we turn to the first submerged tunnel on our left and we see a figure waist deep in water. At first, it looks like Weebam Na, but we soon loose an arrow, realizing it's a deadly troll. Now, it should be noted, I left this on the hardest difficulty setting just to show what kind of an abrupt death you could expect. Otherwise, if we contended with the trolls in a more reasonable difficulty. Contending with the troll, we round to the corner to our left and see something beneath the water. Diving down, we then locate a leveled chest with some low-level valuables to boot. However, to the right, an orb with tendrils jutting out glows ominously in the depths, as if awaiting our arrival. Picking up the orb, our quest updates. I found the Eye of Nocturnal. I should return to the shrine. Very clever of those naughty Argonians to drown the eye, thanks to their ability to breathe underwater, no doubt. But how did they manage to sneak past the trolls, we wonder? Before we attempt to receive our reward, we should first explore what happens if we instead failed the quest and fall out of Nocturnal's favour. Well, it should be noted, if we'd killed the two Argonians before they had discussed the cave's whereabouts, our quest would update depending on who we killed first, such as, Bajin is dead, so I can't learn where they've hidden the Eye of Nocturnal, except by searching every dark, wet place in the world. Well, that's, not narrowing things down. Looking for more information, we could return to the shrine and attempt to speak to the blinded Nocturnal, and we find nothing happens. It appears the quest has all but failed, but in an unexpected twist for Oblivion, you can literally do as the quest updated and search every dark, wet place in the world, and if you somehow happened upon Tidewater Cave, the eye would be there, giving us the opportunity to pass the quest despite our earlier blunder. In fact, you can actually technically go straight to the cave after receiving the quest from Nocturnal and find the eye without even having to go to Leyawiin at all. Now successful, we near the gathering of worshippers, and the orc priest then guides.
You have been set on a path. Follow it.
Approaching Nocturnal Shrine, eye in hand, the Daedra congratulates.
My eye is returned, and I once again see into the darkness that is your world. We mock the thieves, for bitter is their loss. You, mortal, may take this. It shall open the secrets of dark places for you.
Our quest then updates. Nocturnal was pleased that I've returned the Eye of Nocturnal. I've been rewarded with the skeleton key. Not only do we receive 1 point of fame, but also the aforementioned skeleton key, which is an unbreakable lockpick, which makes it invaluable, and it increases your security by 40 points as well. Exiting the camp with a few hard locks in mind, Morgra Gamoran instructs.
Keep the key safe.
Heading east, skirting the Silverfish River's bank's northern shore on our new paint horse, we had to pick up in Leyawiin due to an unfortunate encounter with a troll at Tidewater Cave to the south. We see a small bridge leading across the estuary on the other side and spy a gathering taking place underneath a shrine that we presume is to a Daedra. Cautiously crossing the bridge, we stop dead to see a local mud crab pincing the ankles of a barefoot female Nord. As we draw our bow to aid the ailing acolyte, we see the group frozen, not in shock, but in time itself, sniping the cruel crustacean. We turn and spark our torch to see the closest Dunmer mage, Ilvil Romaine, and upon further inspection, we deduce he's unconscious or perhaps in some form of standing coma. The same can be said of the rest of the crowd, comprised of Kewin, the Redguard Nightblade, Marin, the Seal, a Nord hunter, Marie, a high elf healer, and Urtius, an Argonian herder. We then note in our journal, I found the shrine to Peryite, but something is wrong with his worshippers. They seem frozen in time, mindless. None move or speak. You must be level 10 to begin this quest. Approaching the shrine to the dragon Daedric Prince of Pestilence, a disembodied voice appraises.
This one moves. A welcome change. So, mortal, you have found my shrine. And you have seen my followers. They are an embarrassment to me. The fools cast a spell in the hopes of summoning me to them. It was prideful and foolish, and it has had its consequences. My followers are trapped between worlds. Their bodies here on this plane, their souls in Oblivion. I would have you reunite the bodies and the souls. I will transport you to the plane of Oblivion in which they are trapped. Find their souls. When all are collected, I will return you here. Return to me when you are prepared.
Standing amidst the foolish followers, our quest updates. Peryite has told me that 5 of his followers, in an attempt to get closer to him, have transported their soul to a plane of Oblivion. The Daedra would like me to travel there and carry their souls back to this world. I should approach the statue again when I'm prepared to go. Now, before we embark on this quest to Oblivion and hopefully gain the Daedra's favour and artifact, it should be noted, thanks to the unofficial wiki, all 5 worshippers in their current state are immobile essential NPCs who regenerate life every time they're close to death. Before you complete the quest, this is a perfect place to train any of your skills. Back one or more worshipper into a corner and hack/cast away at them. Note, though you'll not be able to recover your arrows from them, and casting destruction type spells like shock or flare will cause them to fall over and stand back up, possibly out of place from where they were standing before. There is no one to report your actions as a crime, they won't die, and they won't fight back, and they won't even move. There is unfortunately an unseen cost for this, as if you attack the worshippers excessively, your game may become unstable due to all the unreported zero bounty assaults. This can result in crashes when saving the game, or even when fast traveling. Back to the task at hand, we return to Peryite and accept his invitation to travel to the plane of Oblivion where his followers have been cast off. Finding ourselves in a fiery hellscape, complete with rivers of roiling lava and an inhospitable landscape of ash and grey rock, accompanied by accusatory claws jutting out of its surface. It's only then we see a towering monolith to our right and comprehend we are in Mehrunes Dagon's Deadlands and not in Peryite's pits at all. Now, just as an aside, it's said even among those mages with the skill and knowledge to travel to the plains of Oblivion, Peryite's pits are impossible to enter. This may explain why, when his followers in Cyrodiil attempted to contact him, were their souls ripped into the plains of Mehrunes Dagon's Oblivion, known as the Deadlands. Not knowing what the pits look like, it is impossible to tell where these souls are actually trapped. Looking to the south, we then see a plume of smoke and an unknown corpse burning on a spike. To the right stands a lone, glowing figure, and we wonder if Peryite's followers have somehow been drawn to the bonfires or created them as beacons for their rescue. Turning about, we begin heading north to look for a path across the ocean of lava in search of the 5 lost souls. And soon we find in an enclosed arena of sorts, the dead hanging about as trophies. Just below to the southwest, a deadly spider Daedra patrols, and a storm Atronach lies in wait. Deciding to heed the words of an elf we heard once long ago, being discretion to be the better part of valor, we scale the northeastern rocks and spy a spider Daedra sentry, plus 2 formidable humanoid Zivili blending in below, deciding to give them a wide berth. As we descend lower, a crocodile-like Daedroth comes creeping out of its hiding place, forcing our hand as we snipe it from above, cursing the fact we only had brought a few dozen arrows to contend with an unknown quantity of enemies. Trudging up the northern mound off the beaten path, we slip past the roaming Daedra in our iron armour, perhaps thanks to the unrelenting storm all around. And that is until we hop a minor chasm. Now, with the demons alerted, we continue up the path, hoping the treacherous landscape will quell any pursuit. Peeking over the mountain, we see 2 spider Daedra, or Perthan as they're known, to our left, and the bonfire beacon just ahead. To our right, a spirit meanders about the blaze, and we discern this is one of Peryite's poor souls. However, we must first contend with the Daedra. Once all 3 Daedra are felled, we thank Akatosh for the defensive capabilities of our armour. making a beeline to the soul who, despite not having a physical body, clearly has seemed to suffer in this realm, and we make out it was once the Red Guard Kuan before reaching out. Upon touching the spirit, we capture his soul until we leave this foul place. Looking to the southeast, we find another bonfire and an axe-wielding Zivili between us and the fallen tower. Behind us, embedded in the rock, we also locate a door to the sightless grotto, attempting to head below and hopefully around all of the Daedra. Immediately as we enter, we see to the north in the cracked volcanic labyrinth a spider Daedra meandering about. To the south, we find a storm Atronach, and as we pepper it with balls of flame, wonder if it believes it's simply the lava licking its hide, as it does not attempt to defend itself until it is too late. As we are distracted by the Atronach's corpse momentarily, a Daedroth pounces from the shadows. In the grotto's depths, we happen across a fleshy pod which reveals a bounty of boots of shock resistance, 620 gold and a sapphire. Meaningless valuables possibly in the realm of Oblivion, but it's as if the Daedra hoard what humans covet just to spite them. Deep inside the cavern, we then see an ebony blade poke out behind stone pillars. As we creep past, to our horror, the Daedra discerns our presence. The Zivili then bears down on us, calling upon a clan fear. We begin frantically searching the cave for an exit, dispatching the lesser Daedra, and finding the Zivili has called upon another as they bar our exit. Desperate, we burst topside, chugging potions, only to come face to face with the very same foe. Cutting the Daedra's prized heart from its body and lifting its ebony claymore from the ground, we head northwest to the beacon to locate and free the spirit of the Nord Marin the Seal, who gazes despondently over the ocean of lava. Heading west, we precariously hop across the protruding masses, skirting the sheer cliff face and attempting to stay out of sight. It's then we happen across a stationary Daedroth. Stumbling into a second of the sizable reptiles, the first of the lizards fall. However, a Spydra Daedra joins the fray, and we retreat across the undulating rock masses and onto the safety of the high ground atop the bridge. However, the Daedroth teleports in front of us, and a well-placed arrow paralyzes the foe, with a final arrow fell its carcass into the lava below. At the edge of the broken bridge, we wait for the spider Daedra to show its hideous visage. To the southwest, we see the third bonfire blaze bright and two Atronachs between us and our quarry. So, we make the questionable decision to skirt the outside of the extrusive igneous rock, all the while lava licking at our heels. Safely atop the hill, we peer over the stone barricade and see a Storm Atronach approach. Separating this spinning mass of stone, we then approach the soul of Miri that attentively watches over the blaze. Freeing her soul, we see what she was overseeing in horror as 3 corpses are burned in the inferno, the body in the middle speared through its rump, its hands cut off, and its face in a twisted grimace of agony, surely reflecting its final moments of torment. Looking for a way off this rock, we vault our way to the south and see an ominous tower in the distance. Planning for an escape, we descend the ridge to the lava river to be ambushed by a Dremora kin and its invisible ally, goaded into a brutal close-quarter fight to the death. Making our way southwest, under an arch of hanging corpses, we see Xivili bar our path with no way around, and thus act accordingly, loosing our final arrows. Unfortunately now out of projectiles, a path ahead will be forged with grit, blood and steel. So we equip a Daedric claymore lifted off a previous foe and meet the closest Xivili to trade blows. Seeing a bonfire to our right, excited, we mount the hill to discern a deadly full-plated Dremora Valkenaz who taunts.
Jinn and Valkia! Open wide! Open wide! Yeah! Oh!
Before we can rest, a clan fear is set upon us and a Xivili joins the assault. With the bloody battle ended, we search to Dremora and find his boots, cuirass and greaves. Knowing the danger ahead, we equip the otherworldly armor, an act we never thought we would ever undertake. To the south, down the steps, we then see the fourth spirit loitering, the soul in question being that of Ilvil Romaine. Freeing the Dark Elf, we enter the foreboding tower. A Dremora kin marcher, shocked to see us dressed as his kin as we rush past its summon and end its miserable life with a single heft of our unholy sword. Mounting the spiky elevator, we ascend, racing up the swirling flat staircase, only to be met with a spiderling and the all-too-familiar spider Daedra that follows. At the top of the tower stands a single blood and magicka fountain, a welcome reprieve from the onslaught as we heal up before searching for the final soul. Exiting the tower, we see a familiar plume of smoke in the distance. We dispatch its guard, a spindly arachnid strumpet, inspire a cacophony of death's debris as bones litter the base of the fire and a helpless soul of the Argonian Urtius looks on in dismay. Freeing the Argonian, our quest updates. I found all the souls of Peryite's followers lost in Oblivion. Peryite was to open a gate for me when they were found. I should head back to where I entered this realm. Dutifully making our way back to the central area, we find a welcome blue gate, calling us to depart this accursed place, and to hopefully never return to Mehrunes Dagon's plane of Oblivion. Back in the land of the living, Peryite's followers resume their usual worship, and the nearby Altma, Miri, cheerily exclaims,
"We're back, thank Peryite!"
More like thank Dash. Speaking to the Daedric Prince of Order now that everything is just so, Peryite thanks.
You have returned my followers, mortal. The natural order is restored, and for this I thank you. Perhaps they have learned the folly of attempting to touch a Daedra Prince. Take this with my blessing. May it bring you order.
A quest then updates. Peryite was grateful for my help. He's given me Spellbreaker as a reward. Spellbreaker is a unique heavy shield, and in other games, incarnations of Spellbreaker changed appearance based on their respective Dwarven/Dwemer tower shields. In Oblivion, however, its appearance has largely carried over from Morrowind. Boasting Reflect spell of 30%, Spellbreaker contains the second most powerful Reflect spell enchantment of any item in the game, surpassed only by the Mundane Ring. With our quest complete, we remove the taboo Daedric armor, lest we be hunted and feared by any decent folk in Cyrodiil, and depart as Quen states.
Our time must now be spent in prayer. Perfect order must be achieved.
Riding west-northwest of Skingrad, under the guiding light of the waxing crescent moon of Secunda, we find in a clearing atop a hill a trio of supplicants in various states of prayer to an unknown female formed Daedra. Her statue depicts a woman in a flowing minimal gown, with one bare leg stepping forward, and whose hands are clasped together at her front, almost in prayer herself. Approaching her seated follower, the Redguard commoner Demetrius, he cryptically shares,
All things speak with the voice of life, even the bones of the earth.
He then moves towards the shrine, and we turn to fellow devoted worshipper, Imperial Commoner Javolia Maborul, who abstracts.
Life is a blessing, and death is not the end, but only when the spirit remains incorruptible.
With 2 existential bromides under our belt, we turn to the bald Breton healer, Basil Anand, who questions.
What business do you have with Meridia, Lady of Infinite Energies?
Meridia? Here I thought, with all this talk of death, Arcay was lost and looking extra leggy. What are you people doing here?
What we do is perfectly legal. Others have no right to interfere.
It should be noted, our last encounter with those aligned with Meridia was the Aurorans in service of Umaril the Unfeathered, ex-ruler of Tamriel ages ago, that enslaved the human population and was made immortal thanks to an alliance with Meridia herself. The full video of the Knights of the Nine DLC is linked at the end of this one. With this context, we say, Does your mistress know of my service to the Nine? As a divine crusader, no less.
The spark of life is within you, and you are welcome here at Meridia's shrine. It is possible she will speak to you under certain conditions. Leave an offering at this shrine. Meridia demands tribute in the form of the remains of her enemies, the undead. I'll be here.
Stunned at Basil's nonchalant admission, and that Meridia opposes the undead, our quest updates. One of Meridia's followers has told me that the Daedra can be summoned if something from the corpse of an undead creature is left as an offering at the statue. You must be level 10 to begin this quest. Nearing the altar, as instructed, we are asked if we wish to make an offering to Meridia, being that of bone meal, found commonly on skeletons, ectoplasm collected from ethereal undead such as ghosts and wraiths, and mort flesh, found primarily on variants of zombies. However, a rather obscure fact can be found on the wiki, making players' lives oh so much easier, as there is a portion of ectoplasm on the ground just behind the benches at the shrine in case you need some. It is translucent and half embedded in the ground, so you'll most likely have to rely on the hand icon to show you that you're looking at it. Scooping up the gelatinous ichor, we offer the ectoplasm to the Lady of Infinite Energies, and she responds.
By the detritus of the profane I am brought forth, and by your offering you have made the profane your interest mortal. The undead are foul, unnatural things. Some of my rivals take pleasure in these abominations. Not Meridia. I wish these creatures destroyed. Hidden behind a door, deep in Howling Cave, are necromancers. They rob graves for the materials to raise their undead armies. Find these necromancers, destroy them and their abominations. Do this, and earn the gratitude of Meridia.
As we turn from the altar, Basil appraises.
Meridia has spoken to you, and for that you are blessed. We serve her will.
Departing the shrine, we note in our journal, after I made the correct offering, Meridia appeared and spoke to me. The Daedra told me of a cult of necromancers in the Howling Cave who have been stealing from graves in order to raise an undead army. Meridia wants the necromancers killed. I can reach them from a secret door in the back of the cave. Admittedly, as much as we despised Umaril's Aurorans, and that is the blight of the undead, and so we resolved to take on Meridia's quest for hopefully fortune and perhaps her favour. East of the city of Skingrad, we come across the ruins of a small cemetery. Dismounting our horse, we're nearly backstabbed by a bandit hedge wizard.
This ends here.
Taking her meagre possessions so that she too can be buried with the dead, we see to the right of her exposed rump the mutilated zombie remains that are inside. It's then we see to the northwest an eerie beacon, presumably kept lit to guide the cult of necromancers that dwell inside Howling Cave. Inside Howling Cave, we enter the main shaft and are greeted by some petty vermin. After which, we see a sizable silver deposit and divine, this was probably the remnants of a mine before the necromancers took root. An assertion bolstered as we descend the eastern arm and scrub another nuisance creature. After which, we find at the end of the tunnel another silver vein. It's only when heading north and deeper into the mine do we spy a dread zombie emanating an unpleasant miasma. Dealing with the undead, we lob an arrow at the gloom wraith patrolling at the end of the tunnel. Loosing an iron arrow, we quickly realize it's impervious to normal weapons and curse ourselves as we switch to its silver variant. With 2 of the 3 undead types Meridia despises deceased, we head northeast, around a corner, and see a path blocked. Miraculously, the boulder then shakes as it reveals a hidden entrance as we enter the wooden door to the Howling Cave's lower galleries. Inside, we see a shady figure loitering in the dark with an ethereal netherlich patrolling nearby. As we attempt to find a vantage point, the deadly lich approaches, but so too does an interrupting fellow necromancer to flirt.
What did I do to deserve this honor?
How goes it?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Great. Heard any news from the other provinces?
Sounds like the Empire has given up on stopping the skooma trade and elsewhere. And I hear tribal chiefs are supporting the Ren Ridgerakren.
If the Empire isn't going to stop the skooma trade, who will?
So long.
You too.
With no choice, we shoot our silver arrow at the approaching lich, and all hell breaks loose.
Die, Imperial! Die! Die, Imperial! Die! I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Take that! You're pathetic!
With 3 of the 5 reported necromancers dead, we make our way into the southern tunnel, lit by fire pits full of bones. Inside the southern tunnel ahead, we find a necromancer's feet protruding as it naps. A critical mistake, we think, as we stealthily draw our sword and move closer, only to see a powerful lich variant standing defiantly above its corpse. Then we realize as the undead pours in, we have fallen into a trap, and too late. Though liches were necromancers in life who attained immortality through considerable arcane prowess, being the strongest undead in Oblivion, unfortunately for their fleshy ex-allies, unlike regular undead, the lich faction is hostile towards necromancers and vampires. So this poor lass met her end, perhaps by one of her own ascended colleagues' gnarled claw. Taking the lich's greatest staff of fire, we begin looting the crypt, and beyond the bloody stone slab find a sizable jeweled amulet inside the coffin, plus 722 septums to boot. We, however, persevere heading into the southwestern tunnel, seeing a corpse hanging by its heels, and the final necromancer clearly jittery as he wanders aimlessly. Hefting the Lich's fiery staff, we take aim at the distracted Imperial's back, and he barks back in anger.
Die, cur! Die! What's the matter? Getting tired? That the best you can do? I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Finally hitting our mark, as we're unused to the unruly staff's heft. Our quest updates. I've killed the necromancers in Howling Cave. I should return to the Shrine of Meridia. We then approach the stretched-out Imperial, at home on the crypt's cold stone, as we gratefully loot his body of weapons, clothes, and excessive potions to boot, only to see a corpse to the left, wedged between two stones with a scythe embedded in its ribcage. Leaving the poor soul, we depart the cave and return to the Prince of Light's shrine. Approaching the statue, Meridia congratulates.
Well done. Those creatures were an affront to all life, and they have paid the price for their actions. Take this ring and go with my blessing.
Our quest and updates. Meridia was gratified that I had performed the task assigned to me. As a reward, I have been given the Ring of Khajiit. The ring itself is a gold band with a large purple gem embedded behind a yellow stone, and according to Khajiit folklore, the Ring of Khajiit is an ancient relic hundreds of years older than Rajin, the thief that made the ring famous. It was Rajin who used the ring's power to make himself invisible and as quick as the breath of wind. Using the ring, he became the most successful burglar in Elswere's history. Rajin's eventual fate is a mystery, but according to legend, the ring rebelled against such constant use and disappeared, leaving Rajin helpless before his enemies. Which makes sense, as when equipping the ring, we find its attributes impart 35% chameleon and fortify speed 10 points. Equipping the ring, we become a transparent blur, barely visible to the naked eye. Approaching Meridia's priests, however, they seem to expect nothing less.
May the lady guide your steps.
Blending into the background of Cyrodiil itself, save for the glow of a torch, we depart the Bright Lady's shrine. When stepping to get out of the torrential rain plaguing the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City, we see the nearby welcoming sign of Luther Broad's boarding house and step inside. Out of the cold, the blue-collared Broad greets.
Greetings, Imperial Brother. What do you want?
Hello there. Honestly, I was just looking to spend a few hours indoors, thanks to the weather. Say, have you seen any Daedra shrines nearby? I'm currently on the hunt for them around Cyrodiil.
I don't trust you enough to talk about that.
Well, I think I can fix that for you.
We'll see. Thank you. How kind.
So you were saying, Imperial Brother?
Daedric shrines nearby. I know of two. North of the city, south of Bruma, east of the Silver Road is a Mephala shrine. Be seeing you.
Stepping outside once more. Once the weather clears, we can also bump into ex-mage Ontus Vannon in the Market District who evaluates.
There's an air of mysticism about you.
Excuse me, Master Vannon.
What?
I hear you're the local expert on Daedra shrines. Well, Luther Broad just told me that there may be a shrine to Mephala nearby.
The Mephala shrine is northeast of the junction of the Red Ring Road and the Silver Road. Bye.
As promised, the shrine is located north of the Imperial City on our map, and departing the city, we find Mephala's shrine located in the Great Forest east of the Silver Road, halfway between where it meets the Orange and Red Ring Roads. With a gorgeous vista overlooking the White Gold Tower, we then come across a nearby shrine and see three worshippers below a Daedra's visage. The statue itself depicts a frightening four-armed being, tongue outstretched, and its neck adorned with a skull necklace. A fittingly horrifying sight for the demon prince of murder, sex, and secrets, and we divine quickly, this is a statue of Mephala. Approaching a nearby follower, the seated Redguard bandit Rona, we try to make sense of why anyone would worship such a being, but she dismisses.
I am only a supplicant. Speak to the dark elf wearing the robes.
The loitering wood elf assassin Cyrodiil confirms.
I'm not the one you want to talk to.
Taking a look at the Daedra, we resolve to learn more from the dark elf scout, garbed in priest's robes, Dredena Hlavel.
You approach the shrine of Mephala. The web spinner watches you, stranger.
Trying to butter up the dark elf, we flirt. Well, who says I'm not watching her and her, well, sightly followers?
You better have the right offering or you're wasting your time here.
Okay, to be honest, I'm actually here to summon Mephala.
Mephala tugs the strings of mortals for her pleasure. Are you sure you desire audience with the web spinner?
Reconsidering, we can say. I think I'd be happier outside of a Daedra's web. I do not actually desire an audience.
Slink away then, bug. Stay far, far from Mephala's web.
Otherwise, yes, I desire an audience. How do I curry your mistress's favor?
Leave Mephala an offering of nightshade at the shrine between midnight and dawn, and the web spinner may grant you an audience. You stand on holy ground.
Our quest then updates as we depart for the plant. Mephala's followers have told me in order to summon the Daedra, I must first leave an offering of nightshade at a statue between midnight and dawn. You must be level 15 to begin this quest. Now, it should be noted, nightshade obviously comes from the nightshade plant and can be found commonly in the Westweald region. However, for today, we will obtain some nightshade from a guaranteed source, as 3 samples can be found in the Coral Mages Guild library atop the dining table for our taking. Approaching the shrine once more past midnight with flower in hand, we offer the nightshade to the Daedra and call upon the dark name Mephala to hear.
Call me web spinner. Pluck but a single thread, and the weave unravels. In Bleaker's Way, true families, Nord and Dunwood, live in perfect harmony, but beneath the surface lurks the secret seed of strife. Kill the leaders of the two families, plant evidence to implicate the other family as the killer. And don't get caught, be cunning. Don't spoil my scheme, and don't die. That would spoil everything.
Turning from the shrine, Dredena then informs.
Our Lady has given you a task. The blessings of the web spinner be upon you. Remember, this place is sacred.
Departing the sacred grounds, our quest updates. Mephala has told me about the settlement of Bleaker's Way. She would like me to kill the leaders of the two families and leave evidence that the murders were done by the other family. I am to allow no one to see me commit the crimes. Nestled atop a cliff south of Bruma, we find the sleepy settlement of Bleaker's Way, which consists of 7 houses in total. By a campfire near the centre of town, we come across the 8th building, ironically named the Goodwill Inn, seeking to disrupt said harmony. Under the command of a Daedra, we head inside. Once inside the inn, we find it is empty of patrons and the innkeeper as well. However, as we near the counter, we see the Nord publican Kirsten, probably unused to customers at this hour, if at all, and she gets to her feet to greet.
Welcome to Bleaker's Way, stranger. What can I do for you?
Hi there. I'm just passing through. Say, Bleaker's Way is an interesting name. Do you know how the town was founded?
Many years ago, this town was settled by Ulf the Bleaker. Soon after, Reno Dalvalu and his family arrived. Hrol Ulfgar and Niven Dalvalu lead the community and have done so for many years.
Ah, so the Nords established the town and the Dark Elves are here thanks to their good graces. Tell me more of this Hrol Ulfgar.
He leads the Ulfgar clan. He is slow to anger, but fierce with his axe. All the clan values his leadership and judgment.
And Niven Dalvalu?
He leads the Dalvalu family. He is a wise man and a powerful wizard. Be seeing you.
As Kirsten heads off, we note in our journal, I have learned Niven Dalvalu is the head of the Dalvalu family, and Hrol Ulfgar, the leader of the Nordic clan. Now, it should be noted, beds in Bleaker's Way Inn are actually free to sleep in, hence why Kirsten didn't offer us a bed, and we take advantage of the town's hospitality, getting some rest so, in the morning, when the residents wake, we can begin to stir up trouble. Well rested, we exit the inn. Outside, we see 2 residents in the main meeting point of the town.
Greetings, my Dunmer sister.
Calovia is dotted with isolated farms and settlements, with most of the population in the coastal margin.
Interesting.
Safe travels.
Goodbye.
How goes it?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Great.
So long.
Farewell.
Can I help you?
However, it should be noted the dialogue between residents is kept to generic rumours, so to make my job easier hunting down the residents of Bleaker's Way as they like to wander about, and to keep the story and video succinct, I shall be entering each residence except for the leaders of the town, beginning from left to right when exiting the inn. Starting with Redis Dalvalu's house to the southeast, and it should also be noted the houses of Bleaker's Way are mostly just filled with clutter, so we shall be focusing primarily on meeting the residents themselves. Back turned by his bed, the Dark Elf herder Redis greets.
Well met. Hail, traveller. You are welcome in Bleaker's Way.
Unfortunately, the residents don't really share anything new on the leaders of town, no matter who you speak to, bar this about House Dalvilu.
He is the head of our family. He works powerful magic, but his true gift is compromise. He is a wise, wise leader.
And this about the Nord House Ulfgar.
Hrol Ulfgar leads the Ulfgar clan. He is a fierce warrior and a wise leader. All the Dalvilu respect the man.
However, I think it's going to be handy to be able to identify each inhabitant or give them a little bit of personality by hearing the local rumours they share, such as...
The Great Forest was cleared for agriculture around Lake Rumare, but it's mostly wilderness outside of that. Good day.
Next to Redis's house is Dark Elf farmer Sartha Dalvilus's residence. Entering her small abode, she sneers.
Oh, it's you.
The lands surrounding Lake Rumare are studded with small settlements, farms, and woodland game reserves. Good day.
On the southern end of town, we enter the Ulfgar family's communal house to be met by the exasperated Nord healer Ulrika Ulfgar.
By the 9 divines, can't a woman get a moment to herself? Leave me! I might swim more if it weren't for the slaughterfish. Sharp teeth, and some carry disease. Good day.
Nestled in the corner, Nord savant Bayria greets.
Welcome to Bleaker's Way, stranger. What can I do for you? Goodbye.
Surprisingly, as perhaps a sign of unity, found in the Nord quarters lies farmer Maliana Dalvilus's small abode.
Greetings, Imperial. Calovia is a land of rugged wastes and highland forests. Be seeing you.
I'm not exactly sure about the rubble beside her bed, though. And finally, we start to make our way to the house wedged between the leaders Ulfgar and Niven's houses in the northeastern corner. However, as we make our way across town, we spy Nord leader Hrol Ulfgar and hope to see any cracks in relations between the two clans as he converses.
How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Ancient way shrines of the Nine are scattered through the wilderness. The righteous who pray there receive powerful divine blessings.
Uh-huh. Take care.
How goes it?
There's an air of mysticism about you. Welcome to Bleaker's Way, stranger. What can I do for you?
Hello there. You must be Nord warrior Hrol Ulfgar. Is it true you are the leader of this town?
I am Hrol Ulfgar.
Why, yes, you are Hrol Ulfgar. You like hitting things with your axe, don't you, Hrol?
Best way to take out a skeleton is with a big weapon. Forget spells. Just smack them and watch the bones fly. Bye.
We then resume our meet and greet in the rundown and booze-filled abode of farmer Arvin Dalvalu.
Well met. Hail, traveller! You are welcome in Bleaker's Way. Have you ever met anyone who got rich betting on the arena? Didn't think so. Take care.
I feel bad for Arvin. What a sickly green pallor he has, almost looking like a goblin. And we later catch the Dunmer leader, the Dark Elf warlock Niven, seemingly taking jabs at him in conversation.
Hello. Please, join me. Watch yourself around goblins. Some of the nastier ones will toss spells at you. No, come on. No doubt. Heard any news from the other provinces? Nothing I'd like to talk about. See you. Goodbye. Well met.
Following Niven into his spacious home, the well-dressed Dunmer rightly discerns.
You've got some nimble fingers. What have you been getting into? Hail, traveller.
Say, I hear you lead the Dalvalus clan here in Bleaker's Way. What do you think of fellow Nord leader Hrol Ulfgar?
Hrol Ulfgar leads the Ulfgar clan. He is a fierce warrior and a wise leader. All the Dalvilu respect the man. Good day.
With nothing else to learn from the two families like Ebony and Ivory living together in perfect harmony, there is actually two ways to disrupt this and also finish this quest. The first is, being unable to break up the family's alliance in the way that Mephala wants, we can actually fail the quest. And second, to succeed in Mephala's dark task of only executing the two leaders, for reasons we shall find out. Both being morbid outcomes to say the least, starting with failing the quest.
Hello. You've got some nimble fingers. What have you been getting into?
To fail, we simply have to murder each family member, Nord and Dunmer alike, and wipe out every resident of Bleaker's Way. And I mean every family member.
What's going on?
What's going on? Help! Murder!
Your shield arm looks strong.
By the Nine Divines! Assault! Assault!
Hello. By the gods, there's a psychopath.
You're a sneaky-looking sort.
By the gods, there's a psychopath on the loose!
Greetings to you.
Walk with virtue, friend. Well met.
After the dark deed is done, a pop-up reads, "By killing everyone in Bleaker's Way, I've spoiled Mephala's scheme, and spoiled any chance of gaining her favour. And it also should be mentioned, there is another way to fail. See, if we'd happened upon Bleaker's Way pre-quest, and committed a crime where we were caught, such as breaking into a family member's house or even looting, the town will already know our reputation, which spoils Mephala's precise scheme. So much so, when we approach her shrine, we'd learn. Something I did in Bleaker's Way apparently spoiled Mephala's schemes, so she's refused my offerings. So now we have failed by butchering the entire town. Let's see what nefarious scheme the web spinner Mephala actually had in mind, and explore the path to success." Blindly following Mephala's edict to murder both leaders, we approach Hrol Ulfgar in his abode, who mistakenly welcomes.
Look at the muscles on you. Welcome to Bleaker's Way, stranger. What can I do for you? Yes?
Now, it should be noted, the aggression of each clan leader is handily set to a low 20, meaning that they will attack you with a disposition lower than 15. And so we say to the Nord, you know what those Dark Elves have been saying? That the Nords around here are a bunch of noodle-armed snowmen.
Don't try to manipulate me. Sorry. I'm done talking to you. Not the best you can do. Die!
Funny Hrol didn't pull his famous axe, as we had brought our own icy axe to show the Nord how cold cuts so casually into flesh and bone.
I'll send your bloody soul straight to Sovngarde.
Our quest then updates. I've killed Hrol Ulfgar. I should leave something on his corpse to implicate the Dalvalu clan. Luckily, we'd lifted a nice dagger from the Dalvilu leader's residence earlier and decided it is remarkable enough to incriminate the Dark Elf, noting in our journal as we do so. I have left the Dalvilu dagger in the corpse of Hrol Ulfgar, wedged nicely between his shoulder blades. Looting the Nord of his fancy green outfit and tidy sum of gold, we exit the residence with considerable haste. Reaching the Inn of Goodwill, we find locals are already buzzing about the Nord leader's death, and Ulrika Ulfgar confides.
These are troubled times in Bleaker's Way. What do you want?
I've just noticed a lot of commotion in town. What happened?
Hrol Ulfgar has been murdered. We will find the assassin and he will pay dearly.
Oh, wow. Good luck.
You too.
Likewise, if we speak to any of the Dark Elves, notably Niven Dalvilu, he similarly greets.
What is it? There is trouble here in Bleaker's Way.
Trouble? What trouble?
Hrol Ulfgar is dead. I cannot imagine who would want to harm him. The culprit will be found, though. Bye.
Now, killing one leader first always cuts out half of the town's initial reaction to the other leader's death.
Hrol Ulfgar has been murdered. We will find the assassin, and he will pay dearly.
So, exploring what would happen if we assassinate Niven Dalvilu first.
You smell of death. Been conjuring up dead things?
In his home, the Dark Elf would welcome.
Hail, traveller. You are welcome in Bleaker's Way. We'll see.
We can then drop his disposition under 15 taunting. You should have heard what Hrol said over at the inn. Something like, "Dark elves are a pack of effete spellcasters, all tragic and no magic." Can you believe it?
You're wasting your breath. Go bother someone else.
Equipping Vaermina's skull of corruption to clone poor Niven, we indeed see, he or at least his copy, we're pretty decent with a spell. As we note in our journal, I've killed Niven Dalvilu. I should leave something in his corpse to implicate the Ulfgar clan. Remembering an Ulfgar family ring we had pathologically pocketed from Ulfgar's study, we place it on his corpse to be discovered later. And also discover Niven's remains are flush with a nice black and burgundy outfit, plus a hefty 1,000 gold he'd squirreled away. Waltzing over to the clan Ulfgar's HQ, the Nord leader laments.
These are troubled times in Bleaker's Way. What do you want?
Did you hear about Niven Dalvilu? He just, poof, vanished or something. You think it was magic?
The leader of the Dalvilu has been found dead. This is a sad day for all of Bleaker's Way. Good day.
Speaking to Arvin outside, he solemnly greets.
Oh, hello. What is it? There is trouble here in Bleaker's Way.
What, like goblin trouble? You best speak to Niven then. Oh no, he died, didn't he?
Nivan is murdered! How could this have happened? Everyone was fond of Nivan, including the Ulfgar clan. We must find the assassin. You too.
Only when both leaders are dead do tensions roil over and we seek out a Nord and Dunmer representative of each faction, with our journal updating. I've placed evidence on both bodies of the family leaders. Now I must tell someone I saw them attack each other.
How are you today? Hail! These are troubled times in Bleaker's Way. What do you want?
I heard that elf, Niven, he was killed by one of your cronies. I thought there was real unity here. What happened?
Dalvilu has been murdered and we have been accused of the crime. Bastard elves, that they would dishonor us in this way.
So they think you murdered their leader and, what, they kill Hrol in retaliation? Dirty Dunmer.
Hrol Ulfgar has been murdered and the Dalvilu are responsible. They will pay for their treachery, the wretched Dunmer. Take care.
Incensed, the gals go and rally every Nord in town to find the Dark Elves responsible. Congruently, if we'd sort out the Dunmer first, we can speak to farmer Sartha Dalvilu in her home, and she despondently welcomes.
What is it? There's trouble here in Bleaker's Way.
I heard about Hrol. It's a shame what they're saying about your leader stabbing him in the back with his own dagger. Very, very careless.
Rol Ulfgar is dead, and his clan believes our family responsible. This is madness.
So he didn't do it. Why was Niven executed by Ulfgar's clansmen? I heard they found the ring on his body. He must have grabbed it off one of the Nord brutes in the struggle.
Nivan has been murdered, and by one of the Ulfgar clan. Barbaric Nords. Mindless animals. They will pay for their actions. Be seeing you.
Sweet Sartha balls her fists, and we see the seeds of animosity firmly planted. And our quest then updates. I reported the quote-unquote attacks on the family leaders. Soon the families will be at each other's throats. Now I must return to the shrine of Mephala. Before we can leave, however, an all-out skirmish breaks out between the two clans in the middle of town.
Die! Die, damn you!
That's the best you
Die!
can do.
What's the matter? Let's get this over with! You'll never take me down!
Same, all flat.
Die, cur! Let's get this over with! Let's get this over with! Pathetic! Take that!
With the Dunmer victorious, Redis Dalvalu questions.
The Ulfgars are all dead. Whatever possessed them to attack us like that?
The Ulfgars are all dead. Whatever possessed them to attack us like that?
Well, that explains why we could kill some of the clansmen, but not all of them for Mephala's quest to succeed. But what would happen if the Nords instead had won, just for our morbid curiosity's sake?
Why won't you die? I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Huh, better them than me.
Take that!
This is the part where you...
With the Dunmer Blight exterminated, Ulrika questions.
Every last dark elf in Bleaker's Way is dead. Such madness. How did it ever start?
Every last dark elf in Bleaker's Way is dead. Such madness. How did it ever start?
Returning to the web spinner's shrine, successful in her bloody scheme, she greets.
Well done, little web spinner. Is there a prettier sight than friends at war? Take pleasure in the strife you have caused, mortal. Savor the divine essence of a well-spun plot, and here's a little needle to help you stitch your own tangled tapestries.
Our quest then updates. Mephala was pleased with the strife I have caused. She has rewarded me with the Ebony Blade. The Daedric artifact, Ebony Blade, is an exquisite one-handed katana with an ebony hilt, no less. Perhaps a wry nod to the ebony hilt and steel ivory sword living together in harmony and causing undue strife in our hands. The sword boasts enchantments of absorb health 8 points, silence 10 seconds, and boasts high physical damage. As we sheath the sword, Mephala's priest acknowledges.
Greetings, favourite of the web spinner, champion of Mephala. May your blade show the way.
And show the way the blade does, as the blade guides our path ahead, not just to cause destruction and mayhem, but to help us promote further racial harmony across Tamriel. Excuse me 1 second.
Your money or your life?
No, you can take it from me, you dirty fur licker.
We can play it that way if you like.
Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry?
If you want to support the channel in a more personal way, consider subscribing, and make sure to check out our Patreon, which boasts different tiers and rewards. As always, thanks for watching, and until next time, Traveller. During our previous travels to the Imperial City, we'd stopped to spell at the fabled Tiber Septim Hotel in the Talos Plaza district. Inside, we'd met the retired mage Ontus Vannon deep within his mug, who greets.
Ontus Vannon, retired. Sleep late and read trashy books. I don't keep up with the Mages Guild affairs anymore.
When asked about Daedra shrines, he would impart his knowledge of the 3 local altars, 2 of which we'd explored previously. The third, an altar to the Daedra Hircine.
The Hircine Shrine is south of town, northeast of Breville, between the Upper Nibbin and the Green Road. You too.
Exiting the city, we begin our search for the shrine of the Lord of the Hunt. Peering over a minor incline, we find a statue gazing contemptuously over the Imperial City. Inside the clearing, we see 3 worshippers in various states of deference to a duo of statues. The statue to the left depicts a wolf standing next to a humanoid figure to its right, that depicts the body of a man with the head of a stag and a spear in its left hand, which, as an aside, is a bittersweet sight in Oblivion, being that spears were ultimately removed as a weapon class in the game post-Morrowind, as one of the many streamlining design choices. Approaching the nearest worshipper, the Argonian sharpshooter Huntingtail, as he stares off at civilization, and cryptically turns to share.
You found this place. Now you must find your way within.
Likewise, the nearby Bosmer on the bench, Borneth, the wood elf hunter sternly warns.
This ground is sacred. Show respect.
And finally, the Khajiit hunter, Vajira, spins to question.
You approach the shrine of Hircine. Are you hunter or are you prey?
We can then respond either, the way you're looking at me, I feel I am prey right now.
Then leave here. Run away quickly. Come back when you are worthy.
Otherwise, we can proudly declare, I am a hunter.
Do you think yourself a hunter? Then approach the shrine of Hircine. Leave our Lord an offering. Leave an offering of the pelt of a bear or the pelt of a wolf at the shrine, and Hircine may find you worthy. Or perhaps you will learn what it is to be the hunted.
Speaking of hunted, why do you worship in such a remote area? The city guard not fond of your pastime?
We threaten no one. Why can't they just leave us alone?
Sounds pretty prey-like to me.
You stand on holy ground.
Our quest and updates. Hircine's followers have told me that in order to summon the Daedra, I must leave an offering of a wolf or bear pelt at the statue. You must be level 17 to begin this quest. We then see our paint horse making its way down the hill, clearly spooked by the hunter's ominous energy, which we soon learn is not for naught. Travelling northwest over the old bridge in search of wolves and or bears for their prized pelts, we ourselves are pelted by an unexpected arrow set loose by a Dunmer archer, our horse paying for his treachery.
Show!
With a half-dozen arrows peppering our prey, we lift the bandit bowman's Daedric bow of his corpse in anticipation for the hunt ahead, and have a moment for our fallen steed. The black and white lines of huntsman and prey already seeming blurred. Speaking of prey, between Kvarch heading east along the path to Castle Skingrad, we then fell our first wolf. Which are found from level 1 in all types of terrain, bar swamps and rainforest. Skinning it for its pelt, we then begin our hunt for the more dangerous bear. It should be noted, bears being large, hostile creatures known to attack if the player is found infringing on their territory, and are typically found in the wilderness or caves. We had happened across our first black bear variant, which spawns at level 9 onwards when exploring Fort Blackboot, and in the midst of running from a particularly incensed Frost Atronak. Before we return to the shrine, it should be noted for the more avid hunter. Not long ago, when we were trekking atop a remote plateau in the northwest portion of the Dural Mountains, we attempted to gain favour of the Daedra Hermeaus Mora, and were unexpectedly turned away, which we'll explore later why. However, we spied in the distance a mighty creature loitering on the path. As such, brown bears are encountered as early as level 16, and unlike their earlier variation, are much stronger and larger in comparison. Apart from caves and forested regions, they are found in areas of snow and higher altitudes, such as the Dural Mountains. With the man-eater destroyed, we can skin the beast of its precious pelt. With multiple first to offer from fair kills, we return to the Shrine of Hircine, and with our sacrifice accepted, he evaluates.
Summoned my prey. The hare crouches before the fox's muzzle. Perhaps I shall task you, mortal, sent you to hunt for my amusement. In Arcane Grove is a quarry worthy the chase. First named, last tamed. The unicorn runs wild there. Bring me this creature's horn, mortal, if you dare.
Stepping away from the shrine, Vajira ominously shares.
You have been graced with the presence of Hircine. Do not fail him, lest you be hunted for the rest of your days. We tremble beneath his eye.
We then note in our journal, after I made the required offering, Hircine was summoned and spoke to me. He told me that he desires the horn of a unicorn. I may be able to find a unicorn in the Arcane Grove. Just over the undulating hills to the south, we're guided by a young deer who whimsically bounds towards what we assume is the Arcane Grove. However, we're unsure if right now we're prey or the hunter. A question is soon answered when we see the familiar bulk of a sizable minotaur in the distance, and so we cautiously douse our torch before approaching. Down in the valley, behind the safety of a tree, we then peer into the grove to find it's not just one minotaur, but a trio tirelessly patrolling the area. It's then we make out in the dark a ghostly white horse-like figure standing firm amidst the pack, as if they are under its sway, and so we begin to back up and spin to see a troll waiting for us in the shadows. With the troll dead, we survey the area and see above a black bear enter, as if the woodland creatures are called by this unicorn supernatural presence. However, before we can contend with the mystical mare, we need to cull its entourage. With all three of its protectors removed, the unicorn starts to buck and gallop, surely enraged by our intrusion, and it somehow spies us from afar. The horned horse then charges, and we swing our steel sword to find it does nothing. Bar enraged the creature further. Now, it should be noted before we attempt again to kill this magical beast, let's first look at what happens if we were to try and ride it, and then how to actually kill it, and finally the tragic truth of what killing this unicorn may mean for the Elder Scrolls lore as a whole. The unicorn can be ridden like a regular horse and used as a free mount. That is, if you can sneak up on it and mount it, or there is another way which it can be ridden, which I will soon outline. The unicorn is equivalent to a white horse in speed, has a very powerful attack, and is resistant to several types of attack and reflects damage. Unfortunately, it will attack almost anyone or anything wielding a weapon, including fists, and will not stop attacking until its target is dead. This means that the unicorn will attack monsters, enemies, allies, and even you in most cases. Accidentally pulling out a weapon at any time or raising your fists, even to defend the unicorn, will lead to you being attacked. However, the unicorn may not attack you if its disposition is sufficiently high, for example, if you have high fame. Curiously, the unicorn does not react to destruction or conjuration magic, so it may be a more suitable mount if you were the mage class. Furthermore, if you do not want the unicorn as your horse, it is recommended to not mount it. The minute you mount it, the unicorn will replace your old horse, and every time you fast travel, the unicorn will be used as your mount.
What's that? Your presence here will not be tolerated.
A few other handy facts include: you should not ride the unicorn when you have followers, because if they draw their weapon to fight enemies, the unicorn will become hostile. The unicorn does not count towards your horse's own statistic. You cannot purchase horse armor for the unicorn, and when you're not riding the unicorn, it will return to the Hircine Grove. So, the question then is, how do we kill the seemingly infallible unicorn for Hircine? Well, the unicorn can be challenging in a fight because it has a strong attack, multiple resistances, and reflect damage abilities as seen on screen, which means magics and enchanted weapons may be the best course of action. However, the unofficial wiki shares some options for killing the unicorn, including some options that do not require actually killing it yourself, including, but not limited to, using the Wapperjack on the unicorn, which can turn it into a weaker creature, bring essential followers to share your combat duties. You can ride the unicorn to a town and place the unicorn in the paddock next to the town's stable. You can then freely attack the unicorn from outside the stable with ranged attacks, and it will not be able to hurt you. Ride the unicorn to an Oblivion gate or any other location with hostile creatures or NPCs and let the enemies attack the unicorn for you. As long as you do not draw your weapon, the unicorn will engage anyone who is attacking. Conversely, lead an attacking creature / NPC to the unicorn.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Or ride the unicorn off a bridge or cliff into deep water. The momentum will ensure you plunge beneath the water's surface and remain underwater using water breathing on yourself until the unicorn drowns. Do not dismount, as the unicorn will automatically swim to the surface, and riding into the water from the water's edge does not work because you cannot go underwater as needed. Perhaps the most readily available method is simply to repeatedly leap off cliffs / down hills while riding the unicorn until it dies from fall damage. When finally killed, we can then cut the unicorn's prized horn from its head as a reward for Hircine, though this horn may be worth more than we know, and I'll soon explain why. However, returning to the shrine, the Daedric Lord of the Hunt greets.
Yes, Hunter, make your offering. Did you taste its flesh and drink its blood? Never waste the spoils of a kill. You've pleased me, Hunter. Take my token and wear it well. Hereafter, take your prey and whisper my name.
Our journal then updates. Hircine was impressed with my skill in hunting the unicorn. He has rewarded me with the Saviour's hide. The armour itself, true to its name, being fashioned from a pelt that looks similar to the gifts that we had bequeathed the Daedric Lord with. And the light armour cuirass boasts resist magic 25%. But was it all worth it to kill this magical creature?
Greetings, favored of Hircine. Good hunting, hide wearer.
Well, this unicorn we had killed specifically is mentioned in Soren's journal as part of the Wild Horse's creation for the Skyrim Special Edition, where it is revealed to be the last living unicorn. Reading, Journal of Soren Harrickson, Wildlife Scholar, 14th of Rain's Hand 4E201. In my duty to document all living creatures in Skyrim, the long-lost unicorn has never been far from my mind. It is said that long ago, the very last of its kind was sacrificed to Hircine. And although there are supposed sightings of more unicorns later in the book, perhaps it's by our very hand and Hircine's whim we drove this mythical creature to extinction. Heading to the icy city of Bruma in need of a new mount after our last steed had succumbed to a treacherous bandit's arrow, we enter the Wild Eye stables, seeing a sleeping male Imperial by the door and the slumbering stable owner Petrine by the southwestern wall who rouses.
Are you looking for a horse? The Wild Eye stables have the best paint horses in Cyrodiil.
500 gold is affordable, I'll take it.
You won't regret it. Humulus will have your new paint horse saddled and ready for you outside.
Outside, we see the weather has turned, and stable hand Humulus Nonius greets.
He's not much to look at, but you won't find a better bargain in Cyrodiil. Take good care of him.
Mounting our new paint horse, we see the weather is not going to clear anytime soon, and seek shelter inside the city's walls. Heading to the closest inn, Olav's Tap and Tack, and we begin to hear rumours of one imperial sorcerer, Arentus Falvius, and his abilities with conjuration, as he's gained quite a reputation among the citizens of Bruma.
I've heard that Arentus Falvius at the chapel can conjure up creatures.
Apparently, Arentus Falvius at the chapel is quite a conjurer. He'll even teach the skill to those he likes.
Seeking out the sorcerer in the chapel, Arentus introduces himself by saying,
I'm listening. Praise Akatosh. Praise the Nine. I'm Arentus Falvius, Primate of Talos, High Priest of Bruma Chapel.
Hello there. What's your mission here as an Imperial in Bruma?
I'm here to show Bruma's errant Nords the path to the true faith. They must put aside their heathen gods and worship the Nine.
As promised, when reaching level 70 in Conjuration, we can inquire about training, but Arentus simply redirects.
If you want to train further, you'll have to seek out someone else. There's nothing I can teach you. I've heard of a Daedra worshipper named Olin Saren. Very powerful and might be helpful, if you can find him. I heard he had to flee Morrowind, and is now hiding out in the forests of Cyrodiil. If there are other cultists out there, he's probably with them.
Cultists? Can't you just help me?
Find Olin Saren. Look for him at a Daedric shrine. That's where he probably is. Goodbye.
Similarly, if we were to find Arentus's conjuration counterpart located in Coral, the Breton Alberic Litter.
I am Alberic Litter of the Mages Guild. I am pleased to make your acquaintance.
I'm told I should seek a master trainer for conjuration. Some dark elf tied up with a Daedra. Know anything?
Find Olin Saren. Look for him at a Daedric shrine. That's where he probably is. Good day.
With the shrine marked on our map, our quest, conjuration training, then updates. In order to further train in conjuration, I must find Olin Saren, a Daedra worshipper somewhere in the Great Forest. Southeast of Coral, located deep within the Great Forest, we find the menacing shrine to a horned Daedra, its hand outstretched to those willing to take it. Beneath this statue are a trio of followers in various states of worship, the closest of which are seated Dunmer, Olin, Seren. Seeing us, he warns.
Fools must be separated from their illusions before they will come to him.
Hello there. I'm not here for illusions, but was rather directed to you for conjuration training.
You would seek training from me? Well, then my request is small. Prove to me that you are capable of serving Molag Bal in your own way. Summon a faded wraith right here before me. When I have seen it with my own eyes, you shall be worthy of my teachings.
Molag Bal, the Prince of Domination. How would one even begin to prove they could serve him?
Until I see you summon a faded wraith here before me, you shall get no training from me. Do not test his patience.
We then note in our journal, Olin Seren wants me to prove my worth before he will train me. I need to summon a faded wraith in his presence. Unfortunately, we then have two hurdles, being we only had to be a level 70 conjurer to be guided here, yet we need to become level 75 or an expert conjurer to summon a faded wraith. And so, once we summon the dozens of flesh Atronachs in front of the crowd to prove our worth, a pop-up then reads, "Through steady practice, you've discovered more creatures to summon from the plains of Oblivion. You are now an expert in conjuration magic and can cast expert-level conjuration spells." Returning to Seren, we summon the ghostly figure in front of him and speak to him once more, in which he amazes.
I am impressed. You have proven yourself worthy and have earned my respect. What I know, I shall teach to you for a fee. I'm willing to teach, if you're willing to learn. I'll be here.
This concludes our conjuration training, and Olin sends us on our way. Curious though, we approach the nearby Khajiit acrobat Yushi, and she explains,
"All mortals will come to him. He is the harvester of souls."
We then see the ebony blade-wielding assassin and Redguard priest, Amir, who questions,
"You walk in the shadow of the corruptor. Why do you come to this place?"
"Well, to gain your lord's favor, of course."
"What is your business at the shrine of Molag Bal, the tormentor of men?"
And we can then either answer, "I'm not a fan of torment. I guess I have no business here."
Then leave this place, before the Lord Molag Bal decides that your eternal torment might prove amusing.
Otherwise, I wish to make an offering. Perhaps then I shall gain your lord's favor.
If you believe yourself worthy, present Molag Bal with an offering, the pelt of a lion.
A lion's pelt? Really?
You have been told what must be done. Do not test his patience.
Attempting to speak to the god of schemes sans pelt, it's obvious we lack the required offering and it won't work. And so we depart, noting in our journal, Molag Bal's follower has told me that in order to summon the Daedra, I must present an offering of a lion pelt to the statue. You must be a level 17 to begin this quest. At level 17 and higher, mountain lions will spawn outdoors in farm, plain, rainforest, highlands, and mountain regions, as well as other places indoors that spawn animals. And there is a guaranteed lion's pelt found during the Fighters Guild quest, A Rat Problem, in Anvil, where we go to hunt a mountain lion as they like to congregate there. Collecting the pelt, we then return to the statue, and a sinister voice greets,
"Another mortal come to do my bidding. I only wish suffering and death. You will bring me both. I want to see a man brought to the edge and pushed. Near Brindlehelm, you will find Melus Patilius, a good man, an honorable man. He disgusts me. You will let him kill you with this, the cursed mace. As you are doing this for me, I'll save your miserable life. Probably. Get out of my sight."
Finding ourselves with a Daedric mace in hand, we get the feeling we've just signed a contract to do Baal's bidding, whether we like it or not. as we either pseudo-die by this mace or by Baal's other whims. The nearby Olin then remarks,
"The Lord Bal has given you a task. Perform it well. I'll be here."
Departing the shrine towards our unfortunate victim, our quest updates. Molag Bal has spoken to me, and he wishes me to help him corrupt Mellus Petilius by forcing him to kill me with the cursed mace. I should travel to Brindleholm and see what I can find. Riding just over the hill to the southwest, we find the sleepy hamlet of Brindleholm. The settlement consists of 3 houses, and 4 residents live there in total, who we shall soon meet. However, first, we make a beeline southwest to the farthest shack owned by Mellus Petilius. Inside the shack, we find a lone Imperial champion sleeping with his back to us. His shack mostly empty, save a table set for one. Knowing what must be done, we toss the cursed mace on the floor. Ready for him to attack us, we then rouse the Imperial from his slumber as he ambles forward to request.
"I would prefer you leave, friend. Please."
"Oh? I'm here looking for Mellus Petilius."
"I am Mellus Petilius. Leave me in peace to mourn my wife. Vina, she was my wife, and I would rather not speak of her now. Just leave me, please."
With no other choice, we equip our glass axe to send this honourable man back to his beloved.
"I will not fight you, friend. I have taken a vow. My gods will protect me. Just leave me, please."
Gods will protect you? Well, how do you feel about this?
"I will not fight you, friend. I have taken a vow. My gods will protect me."
Mellus, who should be a corpse, still stands upright in defiance, somehow bolstered by his faith or the gods themselves, and, no matter what harm befalls him, simply states,
"I have taken a vow. My gods will protect me. Just leave me, please."
Absolutely bewildered, we scoop up the mace and exit his abode to try our hand at divining any clues to enrage this noble knight into attacking us from the residents of Brindleholm. Finding 2 Altmer stable workers to the northeast, they converse.
"All right then, I'm listening."
Cyrodiil is surrounded to the north and east by the lofty Gerald and Valus mountain ranges.
"I see. Take care."
"Good to see you."
"Best way to take out a skeleton is with a big weapon. Forget spells, just smack 'em and watch the bones fly."
"I see. Goodbye."
The Daedric mace-wearing Merildor then questions.
"Yes?"
"I was looking to learn more of one of your residents, actually. The champion of these parts, Mellus Petilius."
"I know of him, but I don't figure I need to tell you about it. Farewell."
Similarly, the Daedric axe-wearing Astante then greets.
"Go ahead, please."
"Mellus Petilius lives here. Do you know him, perchance?"
"I know of him, but I don't figure I need to tell you about it. You too."
Wandering to Astante's residence, it should be noted, the interior of the 3 houses bear little value to search, bar one. However, the residents themselves we shall check back on later. Speaking of which, stepping out of the stables, we overhear more riveting banter.
"If you're all alone in the woods and you see a troll coming, you run. Problem solved. Next question?"
"I see."
Heading south in the dead of night, we then enter the last house in the middle of town to find a scantily clad Nord asleep named Torbal the Sufficient. Before speaking to the Nord, it should be noted, this house notably features an Nirnroot plant atop his dresser, acrobatic skill book in the chest at the foot of his bed, and a somewhat rare shepherd's pie on his dining table. Waking the nearly naked Nord, he barks.
"Get out of here!"
"What?"
Rebuked by the rest of the villagers, we fake Nord lineage, saying,
Look, I'm trying to find Mellus Batilius, brother.
I know of him, but I don't figure I need to tell you about it.
Oh, really?
I'm listening.
Oh, really?
That'll get you something.
Tell me, from one warrior to another.
I know of the poor man. Did wonders for folks around here. There was no job too small for him. Killed off hordes of goblins when they attacked the town. Killed off a nest of minotaurs single-handedly. That's all in the past now, though. Since his wife Vaermina died, we haven't seen hide nor hair of the man. Gone off by himself.
And what of his wife?
She was a good woman, and Mellus loved her as best he could. He was off fighting when she died. A sudden fever, and she was gone. Don't think he ever forgave himself for not being there when she passed. He swore then never to raise a weapon again. He lives alone now, moved into a cabin not far outside of town. It's near where he buried Vaermina. I understand he visits her grave every day. Farewell.
Heading outside to register this new information, we note in our journal, I have learned that Batilius visits the grave of his wife every day, so the guilt that he was fighting when she died made him never draw a weapon again. Interesting. Waiting until morning, we then locate Mellus's wife's headstone a stone's throw from his home and decide to wait for the local hero to pay his respects. Around 11 a.m, the Imperial then saunters over to his late wife's headstone, in full glass plate sands a weapon, and begins to pray to his beloved. Speaking to him, he requests,
I would ask that you not bother me, especially in this place.
Maybe you want to, unburden yourself a bit. Tell me when she passed. I heard you were out of town on better business.
Please, I do not wish to speak of her. My wife is buried here, and I only wish to visit her grave in peace. It is a sacred place to me. Just leave me, please.
As Mellus goes back to his prayer, we now have two options to succeed or fail in the quest. Interestingly, choosing first to fail, we move closer to the grave reading, Here lies Vaermina Batilius, and disrespectfully smack his wife's grave with the unholy cursed mace. Then the local champion himself stunning him.
I have sworn not to raise a weapon in anger, but you have offended my honor in this most holy place. Prepare to die, devil!
Without a weapon, Mellus is still a formidable foe, and we soon succumb to his barrage of blows and palm strikes.
Am I supposed to be impressed? Die, cur!
Waking up in front of Molag's shrine, a pop-up reads, I have goaded Mellus Batilius into attacking me, but not with the cursed mace. I've been transported back to Molag Bal's shrine. Congruently, approaching the Lord of Domination as a failure, he spits.
You failed, mortal. I didn't figure you had it in you. Weakling, pathetic piece of filth. Leave before I make you sorry you ever came here.
Walking away in shame, and thankfully without life, Conjuration trainer Olin Seren rebukes.
You are no longer welcome here.
Interestingly, we cannot receive training from Seren after failing, and honestly, this is a refreshing end to failing a Daedric quest, complete with not only a voiced rebuke from the Daedric Prince, and consequences for failing which other quests had foregone. As our quest then updates, I allowed Batilius to kill me, but he did not use the cursed mace. I have failed in the task given to me by Molag Bal. So, what happens if we instead succeed Molag Bal's request and receive his coveted artifact? Well, dropping the cursed mace in the underbrush in front of Mellus as he prays, we strike him once more.
I have sworn not to raise a weapon in anger, but you have offended my honor in this most holy place. Prepare to die, devil!
What's going on?
we're then transported back to the grove safely, and our quest updates. I have goaded Mellus Petilius into attacking me with the cursed mace. I've been transported back to the shrine of Molag Bal. Approaching the Harvester of Souls shrine, he enthuses.
It seems you've accomplished the task set out for you. Well done. Another man damned. Another ruined soul. But you'll still get your prize, won't you? I think it was worth it, don't you? Keep up the good work, little mortal.
We then find we've been gifted the Mace of Molag Bal. Sinister, unique mace adorned with spiky metal thorns that is enchanted with Absorb Strength 5 points and Absorb Magicka 5 points. Seeing the Redguard priest, Amir, he then congratulates.
You have pleased Molag Bal. Blessed is the one who spreads the seeds of dissent. Blessed are you who has spoken to the corrupter. Praise be to the Lord Molag Bal.
Our quest then finally updates. Molag Bal was pleased that I was able to corrupt the paladin. He's rewarded me with the Mace of Molag Bal. But this isn't the end for us and our time with Brindleholm. See, if we were to return to the grieving paladin Petilius with the new sinister mace in hand, how would he react? Well, we can first catch the Nord Torbil the Sufficient on a brisk walk and not sufficiently dressed.
Hide! By the Nine Divines! Assault! Assault! This ends here.
On his body, we find him flush with a myriad of enchanted arrows, leather armor, and 1,000 gold. And it's a great time to share that the wiki states the settlement's residents, though not involved in any quests, are quite rich and make excellent targets for thieves and Dark Brotherhood hopefuls alike. If you attempt to pickpocket any of these residents and fail, they will not attack, although they will say something to you, and you will not have a fine. You'll also not incur a bounty for murdering them, which is unfortunate for the 2 Altma found at the stables.
All right then, I'm listening.
Well,
Hey, come on now! There's no need to get violent! Die!
We then pilfer Astante's Daedric War Axe, as well as Ebony Warhammer, Daedric Boots, and 2,000 gold on her person. Turning to a frozen Merildor, he questions.
What? Watch for minotaurs in the forest. Aggressive beasts. They'll tear right through your armor, too.
There's something spiky here for you, old boy.
Farewell.
Come have a look.
Hey, come on now! There's no need to get violent! Do your worst!
Sending the High Elf flying, we find on his remains a glass battle axe and another hefty 2,000 gold. Unfortunately, it takes turning the grass animation lower to divine exactly where the Daedric mace had landed. With the residents dead bar one, we wait for morning and pop out from behind a tree to happen upon Mellus praying to his wife once more, still wearing the cursed mace no less. Seeing us, he spins in surprise.
No. You're dead. I killed you myself. What manner of creature are you? Will I be tormented with your image forever?
He then takes one last look at his wife's gravestone, and we end his miserable life.
What's going on?
Reflecting the cursed mace's damage back at him, he crumples on the spot, and perhaps as he chose to don the cursed mace, his benevolence God's protection has evaporated. And so we relieve the deceased Imperial of his mixed light armor comprised of elven, glass, and mithril gear plus 956 gold. Turning the grass lower once more, we also find the cursed mace and set it gently atop his wife's headstone where his body will no doubt lay until the local fauna find him. His soul now in the care of the Lord of Brutality, Molag Bal, in his Daedric plain of Cold Harbour. Previously, when beginning our quest of hunting down Daedric shrines amid the surreptitious sex of Cyrodiil, we had found ourselves at one Borba Gra Uzgash's store in Cheydinhal, in which she had shared.
Borba Gra Uzgash. We've got everything the adventurer needs. I'm an old adventurer myself, and I know what's wanted. And I think there's a shrine to Boethia high in the Vallis Mountains, southeast of Cheydinhal. Bye.
Fight well.
With more experience under our belt, we later seek out the prince's shrine and find ourselves high in the Vallis Mountains across a treacherous trail and see nestled in a nook of jagged rocks overlooking the valley below. The standard 3 acolytes paying homage to a humanoid deity. The statue depicts a man, hair tied high in a bun, adorned by 2 spiked pauldrons and cape, bare-chested, and standing ready holding a hefty 2-handed axe. Approaching the nearest follower, the Argonian commoner, Pargine, who dismisses.
There's nothing to see here. Why don't you just go home? Go then.
The white-haired dark elf commoner, Tolvasa Sendis, then scoffs.
This location is supposed to be secret. Not secret enough, obviously. Remember, this place is sacred.
Finally, we seek out the priest-garbed Red Guard warrior, Haquan, facing his deity, and he casually warns.
You approach the shrine of Boethia. Tread lightly.
I'm here to gain Boethia's favor. Any tips on how?
You believe yourself worthy to approach the shrine of Boethia? Perhaps. Or perhaps you will be slaughtered. It is your choice.
We can then respond, on second thought, I will not approach the shrine.
Your decision is a wise one. You would be foolish to think that you might gain the favor of Boethia.
Otherwise, I'll approach the shrine if it means I will leave with one of Boethia's prized artifacts.
You are brave, or suicidal. Approach then, and make an offering. Boethia demands a Daedra's heart. I'll be here.
A quest and updates. I've been told by one of Boethia's followers that in order to summon the Daedra, I must give a Daedra heart as an offering to the statue. You must be level 20 to begin this quest. Daedra hearts, of course, are a rarity in Cyrodiil, found guaranteed in a few paltry locations, one of which is the Imperial City's main ingredient store for sale. However, we had procured over a half-dozen hearts against varying Daedra in Peryite's trials to retrieve his followers' lost souls. Returning to the shrine, heart in hand, we offer the heart to the Dark Warrior who questions.
Why do you summon me? You are not one of my faithful. Do you hope to be counted among my chosen? Then prove yourself to me, mortal. I shall open a portal for you to one of my realms in Oblivion. Go and take your place in my tournament of 10 bloods. Survive, and you will be rewarded. Fail, and your soul belongs to me.
With promise to become the Prince of Plot's chosen, we turn to Haquan, who instructs.
Boethia has opened a portal for you. Consider yourself lucky. You have the chance to die in Boethia's service.
What do you think is on the other side?
You have approached the shrine and spoken with Boethia. Enter the portal, or do not. We watch and wait.
We then note in our journal, Boethia has told me that I am to participate in the tournament of 10 bloods. When I am ready, I should enter the nearby portal to Oblivion and will be sent to one of his realms for battle. As the glowing blue portal construct floats before us, we have little recourse but to enter and face the treacherous trials ahead. We then find ourselves transported into a brood cage in a hellish plane of Oblivion akin to the Deadlands. With lava licking at our feet, we attempt to free ourselves and find the cage's north side easily falls away, and the Daedric Prince greets.
Welcome, Imperial, to the Tournament of 10 Bloods. To your right, through each of 9 gates, another chosen awaits you.
Making our way forward into the Ashen Arena, we come across a crossroads with 2 promised gates flanking us. Ahead, a gargantuan stone sculpture of Boethia looms across his makeshift arena, no doubt to watch over the battle. Attempting to enter the war gate to our left, we find it is sealed by the will of the great Boethia, and our fate lies through the other gate. Breaking into a light jog to the eastern gate, Boethia announces,
My Khajiit is quick and cunning. Go, seek him out. See whose blood is quicker.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm. Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry? Ha! You'll never tell.
Another one bites the dust. The Khajiit is done.
On the Khajiit's corpse, we find a tidy glass set of armor to bolster our defenses, plus a strong potion of healing. Now, it should be noted, with 9 potential adversaries to fell and loot, it is best to enter Boethia's arena as light as possible with feather potions and spells aplenty, especially at higher levels where Daedric armor and weapons can be found. Across the next island of Ash, we see to the southeast, the Khajiit too was transported to the realm in a similar fashion before we near the gate to the northeast and here.
This Nord is an animal, a glorious beast. Watch her teeth. She bites.
Got ourselves a live one. That's the best you can do? Do your worst! Do your worst!
I must confess, that Nord was a disappointment.
I agree. The unarmed wench was quite lackluster, as we casually struck her down with her own blade and pluck the Daedric armor and poison off her remains. With the Nord warrior dead in our wake and her gear now ours, it should be touched on quickly that there are 9 trials of combat facing each of the races from Cyrodiil. The reason why it's called 10, as there is only 9 out of 10, is you never actually battle your own race.
The gate is open. Go forth and greet my chosen orc.
It's then a Daedric helmed orc bearing its own frosty counterpart to our 2-handed sword charges at us.
Take that! Do your worst! Jump on my sword while you...
Alas, poor orc. This was not your finest hour.
Swapping our fiery sword for the sister claymore of winter, we momentarily braved the lava for the coveted Daedric helm and goods on the orc's body, left to float in humiliation in the fiery waters of Oblivion. As we cross her entry point, we then see a small bridge atop lava in the orc's arena, and note the landmark for our next battle, which Boethia introduces.
Greet the war-hardened Red Guard. Fight for my glory, chosen one.
We're then rushed by the mace-wielding warrior, who proves quite effective with his weapon of choice.
What's the matter? Getting tired? Don't feel bad? No one lives forever. Today you die! Ha ha! You move like a pregnant cow!
In the scales of testing, Red Guard, you are tried and found wanting.
Again, we take a dip in the molten hot magma, cursing the Red Guard for not falling closer to shore, and finding the source of his flight of foot being glass speed enchanting boots. The mace, however, has been swallowed by the gurgling red waters. Slowly, We then trudge towards the next gate in our heavy Daedric armor, seeing perhaps the corpses the Redguard had collected before meeting his end. And as we near the northwestern gate, Boethia declares,
"Through the gate, my wood elf waits. Hurry, and do not disappoint me."
A spry Bosma then springs into action and slings arrows and taunts alike.
Am I supposed to be impressed? This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death! This ends here! Show me what you've got! Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry? You're pathetic! Show me what you've got! You're pathetic! Die, damn you! This ends here! Die, damn you!
Alas for the honor of Valenwood. The wood elf has fallen.
Peppered with arrows, we collect off the fallen wood elf a myriad of different arrow types to add to our own arsenal. Soon to the southwest, we hear of an Argonian from Boethia in the distance.
Beyond this gate is my Argonian challenger. She is a clever thing, and eager for your blood.
Again, we trade arrows, except this Argonian has a few tricks up their sleeve.
You move like a pregnant cow. That's the best you can do.
How sad. The Argonian was a poor thing. Let her go.
Plucking the lizard's arrows and switching to their Daedric longsword and shield, we're soon confronted with an unexpected enemy.
Here you face the swift and subtle battle. Go through the gate, chosen, and test your fate.
Before the battle begins, the Breton completely vanishes, and we're faced with the fearsome battle mage.
Today you die. This is the part where you... Let's go.
What a pity. For the Breton, it is over.
Taking the Breton's armor and, more importantly, Staff of Storms, we leave his body to languish. Heading south in a great circle, we then happen upon Boethia's favored.
The Dark Elves are my favored people, but I am fair-minded. The outcome is in your hands.
As we back up, the elf then taunts.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death! Die, Imperial! Where are you?
Sick of dodging a barrage of arrows, we then take a leaf from the Breton's book, turning invisible in an effort to stalk out our prey.
A valiant effort, Dark Elf. But take comfort. Your spirit is mine.
On the Dunmer's leavings, we find the familiar flurry of arrow types, as well as Daedric bow and Elven cuirass, plus potions of healing. Remembering the Breton's mage's staff, we equip it for the trial ahead.
Your high elf opponent is cool and confident. Go! Let the contest begin.
We then find ourselves locked in an arcane battle against an Altmer with their own staff of lightning.
Die, cur! You're pathetic!
The others are dust. You alone, Imperial, remain. First and last. Go now. Beyond the next gate, your portal waits.
Victorious, we pack our gear in anticipation of leaving and re-equip our trusted iron armor. Hot-footing into the lake for the Altmer's gear, including a sizable 41 strong healing potions, well worth the pain. Making our way back to our own broken cage we arrived in, Boethia announces,
I have opened a portal for your return to the world of men. Go now, Chosen One, and claim your prize.
With so much loot to be had, we then approach the portal, and cleverly, the game allows us a final chance to claim the spoils from the dead before we return to Nirn. Back at the shrine, Haquan then states,
You have returned, and you are not a corpse. Boethia may be pleased by this.
What do you mean, may be pleased by this? I just killed one of every race for your god.
You who have returned from Boethia's realm, approach the shrine and learn your fate. I'll be here.
Complying with the Red Guard's wishes, we indeed approach the shrine, and Boethia greets.
I greet you, Chosen One. A victory in my tournament of 10 bloods brings great honor. Take Goldbrand, sheathe it in your enemies, and offer their souls as praise to me.
Our quest then updates. Boethia was pleased with my performance in the tournament of 10 bloods. He has rewarded me with the enchanted sword Goldbrand. Goldbrand being a Daedric artifact and one-handed katana, blessed with fire damage 22 points, and in terms of sheer raw damage, Goldbrand is the second most powerful one-handed weapon in the game. The most powerful, well, we'll find out soon enough. Approaching Boethia's acolyte, sword in hand, they marvel.
Blessed are you who wields the Goldbrand.
Go with our blessing, Goldbrand.
Departing the shrine, we then find a nearby serene camp with an errant bandit hedge wizard, and are fortunate enough to test the sword's efficacy.
I'll hack you to pieces! Let's get this over with. Today you die.
When riding northeast on the Gold Road at night, skirting Lake Arrius, we see peeking through the trees the Imperial City silhouette and bump into a patrolling Imperial Guard who seems to be making haste out of the brushes. Curious, we follow his path, seeing a set of two pale figures peering out over the hills in the distance. As we near the statue, we see a duo of Daedra and the all-too-familiar trio of acolytes worshipping the deity. The Daedra in question is a small, horned, impish figure, garbed in trousers and a vest. Next to said imp is a stern-looking hound with pointed ears, appearing to stand firm watch over its master, approaching a nearby wood elf witch, Annadel, to learn more. She surprisingly shares.
I played Lord Vile's game and lost my soul. Small loss, I think.
The seated orc savant, Gull Groburbog, cryptically imparts.
He's a hard master, but he delivers. I gave my word, and an orc honors his word.
Curious, we see the Khajiit priest, Maraska, who informs.
You approach the shrine of Calvicus Vile. You should not be here unless you have business with Lord Calvicus.
This is Calvicus Vile, the prince of trickery and bargains?
Here we worship Lord Calvicus. Do you have business with the Daedra?
Well, I have no formal business with him.
Then leave this place until you have better reason to be here.
Now, before I go, what kind of business?
There are many deals to be made, even with a god. You could find great wealth, or painful death. If you wish to bargain with Calvicus Vile, approach with an offering of 500 gold, and hope the Lord smiles on your offering.
Wait, did you say painful death?
Make a bargain or do not. You must choose. Go then.
Looking for more information, the soulless Annadel reiterates.
You have been told the proposition. Your donation for a possible audience with Calvicus Vile. The choice is yours.
But does it have to be 500 gold? Can't I just sacrifice someone?
You better have the right offering or you're wasting your time here. Great fortunes to you.
We then note in our journal, one of Calvicus Vile's worshippers has told me that in order to summon the Daedra, an offering of 500 gold must be given to the statue. You must be level 20 to begin this quest. Nearing the altar with the sizable sum in hand, the greedy statue springs to life, saying,
A mortal! Wonderful. Always a pleasure. Perhaps you'll do service for me, mortal, and I'll reward you. A fair bargain, don't you think? You will retrieve for me a sword, a very special sword. It contains the soul of Umbra, a hero I have had dealings with in the past. Bring the sword to me, and I'll reward you with my mask. You'll not find a better bargain, mortal. Begin your search in Hell's Gate.
We then note, when I gave my offering at the shrine of Calvicus Vile, the Daedra Lord told me about Umbra, and how he wishes me to return to him Umbra's sword. I should start my search in Hell's Gate. We then see that Calvicus's hound has disappeared entirely from its perch. Why, we can only guess. But as we move to depart on our quest, we then rummage in our pocket to find a statuette of a dog resembling Calvicus's hound now on our person. Doubly perplexed, as we mount our horse to leave, we hear an otherworldly voice from nearby.
Hello! Hey, pay attention! In your pack, the dog. I swear, you heroes aren't particularly quick on the uptake. Good. Got your attention. I'm Barbas, the Hound of Calvicus Vile. Not that I've always been Hound, or always been called Barbas. I've also been a Red Guard. For a while I was a scamp, making deals with orcs. But for now, I am his Hound, and I serve the Lord Calvicus. A word of advice here. You've made a bad deal. This Umbra, bad business. Things always end badly where that one's concerned. Calvicus has always been a little blind to that, and it'll end badly this time too. So just leave things be. Walk away. It's your best bet, really.
With this conflicting information, our journal updates once more. Barbas, The Hound of Calvicus Vile has spoken to me through the figurine that appeared in my pack. He tells me that returning the Umbra sword to Calvicus Vile is a mistake, likely to cause great ruin to Vile's domain. And as we ride past a nearby alien ruin, Vindicel,
Die, cur! Die!
a couple of conjurers crop up to confirm that dealing with Calvicus may be more danger than it's worth. However, ignoring the incensed enemies, we continue to ride over a small bridge heading east, seeing the remains of our old paint horse in the gloom and the corpse of the bandit that felled it, an ill omen if we'd ever seen one. As we see the settlement of Pell's Gate just to our right, a bandit bowman in glass armor rushes us from the ruins of Fort Homestead. With little recourse, we begin to defend ourselves and our fresh paint horse from the onslaught of arrows.
Day you die!
With the elf archer laid out by the edge of town, we collect off her person her formidable bow of harm and assorted glass armor. Looking around, we then see a collection of 3 shacks that presumably makes up the community of Pell's Gate. Being in the early hours of morning, we ignore the resident shacks and make a beeline for the nearby inn named the Sleeping Mare. Alone behind the bar in the warm glow of a roaring fire, the Breton publican Candace Corgan greets.
Hi there. Welcome to Pell's Gate. What brings you around here?
I was actually looking for a unique sword named Umbra.
Umbra? You need to speak with Iroki the Wide. I've got nothing to say about Umbra. I have a room if you're interested. It's 10 gold for a night. Be seeing you.
Waiting till morning, we oblige the disturbed Breton and follow our only lead, spying a large Nord barbarian wandering outside and greet. Hello there. Are you Iroki the Wide?
How are you? Welcome to Pell's Gate. What brings you around here?
I'm actually searching the town for something. Well, if you can call 3 houses a town.
We're a small community, mostly keep to ourselves. Can't say it isn't nice to see a new face around, though.
Likewise. So, as I was saying, I'm looking for a sword. Umbra. Know of it?
Aye, I know of Umbra. But you're a stranger to me, and I'm not talking.
Yep, understandable. Say, do you have any drinking money for the week?
Yes? See, was that hard?
Now, you were saying about this Umbra.
Umbra? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. And it's not one you should be using around Pell's Gate, either. Before I go on, let's clear something up. Are you here asking about the sword or the person? Which is it?
Person? No, there's a person. I was talking about a sword.
It's a powerful sword, no doubt about that. Jet black. Got a wicked edge on it, and they say it can steal a man's soul. I know of at least one soul it stole. Lenwyn. She's the one who found the blasted thing. I suppose you want to hear about the person now.
Right, so this Lenwyn has Umbra. Tell me about the person behind the sword.
Who is Umbra? I can tell you who Umbra used to be. Lenwyn. She's my apprentice, or at least she was, until she found that sword. Never did say where it came from. She just showed up with it one day, said it was called Umbra. But she was different. She'd always been fair with a sword, but she began looking for fights, became bloodthirsty, and then started calling herself Umbra after the sword. Finally signed on with some mercenaries, but I hear that ended too. We haven't seen her in years.
Where is she now?
Can't say for sure. Some say they've seen her nearby, near the Vindicel ruins. Might just be wishful thinking, though. If she's around, she hasn't come into Pell's Gate, nor should she. I fear that girl is long gone. If you seek her out, take care. She's a powerful one, or at least that sword is. I'd steer clear if I was you.
Thanks for the help. Anything else you can share?
I can't tell you any more than I already have. I'm sorry. I wish you luck. I fear you'll need it.
Departing Pel's Gate, recalling the strange story of a black sword and this Lenwen calling herself Umbra after the sword, we note. I've been told that Umbra was once a resident of Pel's Gate but has now left. Some claim to have seen her recently near the Vindicel ruins. Those ruins were the ones with the conjurers loitering about. Perhaps they were in league with this Umbra. Or perhaps they were hunting her. Or maybe the sword calls to worthy adversaries. Whatever the case, we ride west along the Gold Road to find said conjurers have laid a trap. After the first fiend is felled, we cautiously make our way back to the entrance of Vindicel's ruins to contend with their mouthy friend.
Well, well, look who we've got here. I fought... Die!
With both mages made redundant, we warily enter the stone double door to Vindicel, preparing to see more pushback, preparing for more violence as we seek out this Umbra. Inside the musty ruins, we descend into the chamber below. Our only foes seem to be the stench of decay and a few errant vermin as we nearly step into a gaping hole, spelling our demise. Dispatching the creatures, we realise the traps of the aliens are still fully functional, or somebody recently has put them back in use. In the second room to the southwest, we find a dead rat, and hear a hiss. Confused, we inhale noxious gases and realise the rats had succumbed to the poisons that had been activated again, no doubt to catch trespassers unaware. It's in the final room to the northeast. We see a great fire pit alight. Snuffing our torch, we spy in the distance a lone figure dressed in black. Approaching via a break in the southeastern wall, the figure seems to all but ignore our intrusion, though we're sure they can hear us. As we look around their makeshift camp, we see a hard-locked chest and help ourselves to a few thousand gold worth of goodies, and the being seems to not care about us rifling through their goods. Approaching the shadowy figure, they turn their back once more and casually warn over their shoulder.
Get out of here while you can.
Stepping closer, we see a wicked black blade at the hip of an elf, replete with ebony armor, who could only be the enigmatic and dangerous Umbra.
You risk much by speaking to me. You should leave this place. Now.
Hello there. Umbra, is it? Umbra, or am I addressing your sword?
Umbra is my blade. It is who I am, who I was meant to be. For years I have fed my blade the souls of man and mer, warriors and priests, kings and paupers, men, women, and children, all have bled for me. I have seen them all fall, and still Umbra hungers for more.
Look, Lenwen, you say this is my last chance to leave. How about take your own advice? Forsake that blade and return to Pel's Gate.
Do not speak to me of that place. It was another lifetime. It was before I became what I am now. Perhaps they sent you to kill me. Are they worried I might come in the night and burn their village down around them? No matter. I am what I've become, and I know my fate. But what of you? What is it you seek? My death? My blade? I offer you a choice, more than I have offered most. Stay here and die, or leave now and live your life. Speak to me again when your mind is set.
This is your out, friend. Leave it alone. How about we just march on back to the shrine and tell Calvicus the deal is off? Sure, he'll be a bit put off, but you won't be dead. At least, you probably won't. That's better odds than you're getting here.
As Umbra continues to skulk around the ruin, waiting on our decision, we note in our journal, I have met the one called Umbra and have been offered a choice. Stay and fight, or leave in peace. Now, before we make our choice, it should be noted we do have two distinct paths to take in this quest and many different ways to execute them, being to fail the quest for Calvicus, as Barbas had suggested, or succeed for Vile's favour and his Daedric artifact. Both have their pitfalls and merits, as well as some special paths to even better rewards. But first, let's see what failing the quest looks like, and tempting the wrath of a Daedric prince. And so we approach Umbra again, saying, I'll live in peace.
A wise choice. I have spilled too much blood already, and though I hunger for more, spilling yours would not please me. Go now. Do not return.
Good move, kid. Some things are better left alone. Let's get back to the shrine. I'll smooth things over with the big guy. I'm sure he'll understand.
With Barbas promising to smooth things over, we return to Vile's shrine and our quest updates. I have chosen to leave Umbra in peace. I should return to the shrine of Calvicus Vile and make my decision known to the Daedra Lord. Arriving at the altar, Calvicus threatens.
You will break our bargain? You dare trifle with me? Take care, mortal. Calvicus Vile watches you now and waits.
Our quest log then updates. Calvicus Vile was not pleased that I had elected not to return to him the Umbra sword. Although we're not penalised for our defiance, there is no reward for siding with Barbas either, as the loyal hound reappears by his master's side and bids us farewell.
Oh well, been good knowing you, kid. Back to being his hound for me. As for you, good luck, I guess. I've met worse.
Umbra will feast on your soul. I assume you've made your choice. Umbra hungers. What shall it be?
If we instead chose to fight Umbra, saying, Keep your peace, let's fight, she responds,
Come then, try your luck. Feel the bite of Umbra.
Outside of being a deadly swordsman, disarming us easily, Umbra boasts her own Umbra's Restore ability, which effectively allows her to heal 2 points of health per second. And as you'll see in our encounter, she poses an intense challenge with her aggressive skill set, especially as we are without a sword and rely on the ruins and our skill in archery to contend with a relentless and formidable foe.
You'll never take me down! The best you can do? Why won't you die? This end! Take that!
As Umbra falls thanks to the alien trap she had set, we then see we have captured a soul. Or perhaps our soul was captured, as we have become the sword's new master. We can then collect a full suit of Umbra's ebony armor. Below level 15, however, the health and armor rating are actually identical to Orcish armor. We then scoop up the Black Blade, and Barbas warns as our quest updates.
I'm telling you, don't bring that sword back to Calvicus. It'll ruin him, I'm sure. I mean, not completely. He's still a Daedric Prince and all that. Look, keep the sword if you want. That's your decision. But don't give it back to Calvicus. He doesn't know what's good for him sometimes.
Returning to Vile's shrine in the wilderness, his priest, Maraska, bids us.
Calvicus Vile has offered you a bargain. Serve him well.
And as we approach the altar, sword in hand, Vile appraises.
You've brought the sword! Now give it to me. As we agreed, Umbra and I have unfinished business.
Dutifully returning the sword to Calvicus Vile, he celebrates.
Excellent! A pitiful sword with a pitiful soul in exchange for a mask fit for a god. You've gotten the better of this bargain, mortal. Now, I have business to attend to. Run along. Perhaps I'll be looking for you again.
Our quest then updates. Calvicus Vile appreciated my efforts. He's taken the Umbra sword and rewarded me with the Mask of Calvicus Vile.
Oh well, been good knowing you, kid. Back to being his hound for me. As for you, good luck, I guess. I've met worse.
The disadvantages to this approach are losing the deadly Umbra blade. However, in our pack we find the Mask of Calvicus Vile instead, a heavy helmet imparting fortified personality by 20 points. It should also be noted, if you wish to achieve 100% completion, you must return the sword Umbra to Calvicus. This is the only way to obtain the Mask of Calvicus Vile, which is one of the 15 items that counts towards the Artifacts Found statistic.
You have pleased the Lord Calvicus. A wise decision. Great fortunes to you.
Our third option is to keep Umbra's sword as our own, and we'll look closer at the blade and its statistics. But first, it should also be noted, it is possible to complete this quest without killing Umbra by disintegrating the sword off her and then pickpocketing it. And we can technically keep the sword forever and never return to Calvicus Vile. The boon being, the blade has the highest base damage of any sword in the game, and now remains 0 weight to boot. However, the quest will remain forever active in our journal. The disadvantage being, you'll never be able to complete Hermeaus Mora's final quest. Returning to Vile's shrine and not giving up said sword would also have him say,
You would dare? We had a bargain, little hero. You would risk my wrath for a pitiful little sword? I will be watching you, mortal, and waiting.
Furthermore, the disadvantages to this approach are, Calvicus Vile's followers, they don't appreciate you breaking your bargain.
You have reneged on your bargain with Lord Calvicus. You are not welcome here.
And you do not have a Daedric artifact to use for the Blood of the Daedric quest, though 14 other artifacts can be used instead. Umbra then ceases to be a quest item, and in particular now weighs 45 pounds and above in weight instead of 0, and Calvicus will become outraged with you, but although he threatens us, there are no visible repercussions in-game. Now, a few fun facts about the sword found on the unofficial wiki being, in Morrowind, Umbra was a two-handed claymore, but in Oblivion it is a one-handed longsword. Umbra is Latin for shadow, or ghost, which is obviously fitting. Umbra closely resembles an ebony longsword from Morrowind. Umbra has the highest base damage of any one-handed weapon in the game. Unlike most other swords, Umbra does not have a sheath, and the sword's model is named FGDO5_Umbra Sword, implying that at some point in development, it might have been intended to be used during the quest Azani Blackheart. Now, the final tricky maneuvers to this quest can interestingly create a shortcut to the main quest's prerequisites, or a glitch if you will. as you're actually able to complete the quest well before level 20 and avoid paying the 500 gold offering. How? Well, if you approach the shrine at any time with Umbra already in your possession, as you can literally exit the sewers and make a beeline for Umbra, killing her, then triggering the entire end of quest dialogue, and the quest will be marked as done at level 1. Just be sure to talk to Maraska first to make sure the quest updates properly. This is the only way to obtain a Daedric artifact for the Blood of the Daedra quest at level 1, and therefore allows you to complete the main quest at level 1 if you so choose.
Excellent! A pitiful sword with a pitiful soul in exchange for a mask fit for a god. You've gotten the better of this bargain, mortal. Now, I have business to attend to. Run along. Perhaps I'll be looking for you again.
High on a remote plateau, nestled deep within the northwestern portion of the bear-infested Dural Mountains, we find at the top of the long flight of stone steps an unmarked road that leads straight to a Daedric shrine that no NPCs in-game seem to have any knowledge of. We then encounter 3 worshippers praying to a hideous deity. This amorphous statue is by far the most disturbing and grotesque of all the Daedric Princes, almost eluding description entirely. It depicts a rotund, bulbous mass with 4 scorpion-like claws, as well as several tentacles and eyeballs. Turning to its worshippers, the seated Dark Elf Nightblade, Narasa Adis, then shares.
The fate of man drifts like seaweed in the net of his mind.
The adjacent Imperial Priest, Brucius Longuus, then enigmatically muses.
Between the seen and the unseen, the seeming and the being, lies the gulf of ignorance.
Near the shrine, the Khajiit acrobat Regier thoughtfully stares at his master's form and turns to us appraising.
You have not yet followed the path required to speak with the Lord Hermeaus Mora. Do not test his patience.
It should be noted, unlike previous Daedric shrines where the priests would guide us on the requirements of beginning their quest, in this instance, with the last Daedric Princes shrine on Cyrodiil, we're given nothing. Of course, thanks to the wiki, we the player know of the hidden prerequisites, which I'll share in a moment. However, departing the shrine empty-handed, once we've met the invisible requirements and sleep, we're roused by an unknown figure.
You are summoned by the Lord Hermeaus Mora. He sees your path, as he sees all things. Make your way to his shrine.
Summoned by Hermeaus Mora. Why?
Go to his shrine. See what lies ahead.
As a quick aside, before we complete the other 14 Daedric quests, Imperial Mage Caster is located in Daedric Holding Pen.
What is it?
A cell containing him and 20 corrupted clone NPCs referenced by an earlier version of the Skull of Corruption script.
It's you. Hi.
Following Imperial Mage Caster Flavis's instructions, our quest and updates, a man has told me that Hermeaus Mora wishes me to visit his shrine. And so we return to the treacherous trail leading to the Daedra shrine and find the Khajiit Regier's tone has somewhat changed.
You have followed the path set for you by the Lord Hermeaus Mora. Approach his shrine and speak with him. Walk where your road must take you.
Now, before we speak to Hermeaus Mora, to share the requirements, we must have completed all of the 14 other Daedric Shrine quests. Therefore, we must be at least level 20 to begin this quest, and you must have at least started the Blood of the Daedra quest in the main storyline.
I won't ask what you went through to obtain this, my friend. I know all too well the depravity of the princes of Oblivion.
Speaking to the Daedric Prince, we hear his voice as an alarming, almost guttural gurgle.
I see you have served my brethren, and now you come to serve me. I am Hermeaus Mora. Past, present, and future are as one to me. My followers seek to perform a divination. For this, they need souls. one of each of the sanctioned races. You will provide these. I give you a spell to trap these souls. Return to me when you have finished. When you do, I will further your journey on your true path.
We indeed find in our inventory Hermeaus' nasty black soul gem. And we have been granted Mora's soul trap spell costing a low 12 magic to trap a poor soul 1 foot away and have 120 seconds to dispatch the target. As we look over, his dastardly followers for some reason require life essence for an unspoken black ritual. We note in our journal, Hermeaus Mora wishes for me to gather for him 10 souls, 1 of each of the races. Clearly, the executions could have been done during Boethia's trial, where we dispatched 9 of the 10 races on Cyrodiil.
Ha! You move like a pregnant cow!
However, it is now up to us to pick a path in which we tackle the dark deed. Lucky for us, though, the unofficial wiki has multiple methods of extracting souls, with various levels of notoriety to boot, such as: one way to complete this quest, if you don't want to murder innocent people, is to go vampire hunting. Vampires are not undead and are classified as NPCs, therefore their souls still count. However, Argonian and Khajiit vampires do not exist. And if you haven't started fighting in the arena yet, this would be a good opportunity to gain all of the souls. Until you get promoted to warrior, which is the 4th rank, every race appears at least once.
From the blue team!
Bandits are another great quote-unquote pool, and the wiki provides pages of all of the named NPCs and bandits' races. However, we have divined our own special path to dispatch the 10 souls for the upcoming ritual without feeling too much guilt. See, the irony of finishing Hermeaus' quest last is that we have exhausted every other Daedric shrine of its artifact. Or, in other words, the other Daedra's followers were respected and valuable sources of information. Until now, and so we begin our deliciously evil path of hunting down each race, starting with, far north of Cheydinhal is the shrine of Azura, Prince of Dusk and Dawn, and we find her pondering dark elf priest, Mel's Marion, who questions.
What is your wish, you who have been blessed by Our Lady's voice?
With the praying priest pardoned of life, we have captured the first soul of a Dunmer. In the swampy marshes near Leowyn, we see fortune shines on the followers of Sheogorath, Prince of Madness, as he's said to be fond of the rain. And so we speak to his pantsless acolyte, the Breton Gregory Arn, who rambles.
Bugs everywhere, all over. Wonderful, tasty bugs. No time for you. Talk to Ravel. He doesn't like the bugs. Not even with mead.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. This ends here.
The Wabberjack, making short work of the bug-obsessed Breton, we have successfully captured his soul. Southeast of Bruma in the frigid cold, we divine the Prince of Decay's Nord priest, the exceptionally plain Jolfrodi the Harrier, who celebrates.
Namira is pleased, foul one. May your days be filled with the hurtful stares of others. Dwell joyously in filth and squalor. The ring guides us all.
We then allow Namira's ring to deflect the Nord's pitiful attacks, capturing the Nord's soul.
Show me what you got.
Help! Better than me.
On the quiet shore of Lake Pophad, we find the Prince of Nightmares Vaermina and her mundane-garbed worshipper, the Redguard Tenville, who taunts.
Your business with Vaermina is complete. Tremble should she visit you in your dreams. True dreaming, Skullbearer.
The Skull of Corruption, creating a terrible clone of the Redguard.
By the nine divines! Assault! Assault!
Let's get this over with. You're pathetic.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
and we end her waking nightmare and capture her soul.
The skull seized.
Someone's been murdered!
Someone's been murdered!
Northwest of Skingrad, we then venture to the Daedra of Debauchery Sanguine Shrine, holding a party in which the wood elf priest Engorm celebrates.
Sanguine is pleased. It is reason to celebrate. Reach for glory, Rosebearer.
Using Sanguine's rose, we create a terrible Daedra.
Hey, come on now! There's no need to get violent! This ends here!
Which bashes in the Bosma's brain, and we leave with one more soul.
I've got mud crabs more fearsome than you.
In the Gold Coast, we then seek out Malacath, Prince of Vengeance, and his barefoot, axe-wielding priest, Shobub Go Rugdush, who mistakenly greets.
Malacath likes you. You don't look very foul or ugly, but just keep doing ugly stuff and you'll be fine. Good fortune, Volendrung.
With the ugly deed done, we find we have successfully captured the soul of an orc.
By the gods, how could you do such a thing?
Nestled in the Vallis Mountains by the shrine of Boethia, Prince of Plots, is the Argonian zealot Pargine, who recognizes Boethia's blade.
Blessed are you who wields the gold brand. Go with our blessing, gold brand.
Someone's been murdered. Murder!
Without time to defend himself from the gold brand, we walk away with an Argonian soul. Overlooking the Imperial City in a small forest clearing, Hircine, the Daedric Prince of the Hunts, Khajiit Archer Vajira welcomes.
Greetings, favored of Hircine. Good hunting, Hidewear.
Wearing said hide, we hunt our prey from atop a nearby hill, claiming the Khajiit's soul. Across a bridge on the Panther River sits the watchful Prince of Order Peryite, overlooking his recently regained flock, as his high elf devotee, Miri, muses.
Our time must now be spent in prayer. Perfect order must be achieved.
What's going on? There's a psychopath on the
Someone's
loose.
being attacked!
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. I fought mud crabs more
You'll
fearsome
never
than
take
you.
me down! Show me what you
Die, Imperial.
Die, cur! Die, Imperial!
Here!
Fall down and bleed and die.
Someone's been murdered!
With more dead than we'd bargained for, including an aforementioned mud crab, we have claimed an Altmer's soul thanks to Peryite's shield Spellbreaker. We then return to Mora's shrine, realizing there is but one soul missing, and so we speak to Brucius Longus, who is adamant we see the ritual through.
The Lord Hermeaus has set you on a new path. Follow it and return to him. Walk where your road must take you.
With the Imperial slain under the watchful eye of his foul god, our quest updates. I've gathered a soul from each of the 10 races for Hermeaus Mora. I should return to his shrine.
Help! Murder her! If you have followed the path before you, speak with our Lord. Walk where your road must take you.
Returning to the shrine, Mora congratulates.
You have served me well, and I am pleased. I give you this, the Armor Infinitum. Knowledge given by me to Xerxes is recorded within. Read it and gain knowledge of yourself. Go now, learn, and remember.
With the gruesome book in hand, our quest concludes. Hermeaus Mora was pleased with the souls I brought him. He has rewarded me with the Ogma Infinium. The Ogma Infinium, also known as the Tome of Power, the Librum of Knowledge, and the Book That Knows, is an ancient tome of knowledge made from bound skins, and is an artifact of great power. It is said to be written by Xerxes, the scribe of Auriel, and the knowledge within the tome grants the reader access to the artifact's energy, which can be manipulated to achieve near demigod abilities. It is also said that the reader is instantly bombarded with a knowledge intake that could hemorrhage the brains of lesser mortals. Although curiously, when we attempt to divine the Daedric text, which is actually identical to the Mysterium Xerxes in-game, it reads, "You may not read this book at this time." The reason being is we needed to only begin the Blood of the Daedra quest line, however, we don't need to finish it to start this quest, and can actually give the Infinium to Martin, but the quest itself must be finished to use said book. When reading the book, it increases 3 skills and 2 attributes by 10 points each permanently. Which skills and attributes depends which of the 3 paths you choose when you use it. You may only choose one path, and then the book disappears, and the choices are as follows on screen. With all the Daedric artifacts now in our possession, we find we have a taste for the taboo.
Blessed are you who walks his true path. Enlightened are you who learns of himself. Walk where your road must take you.
And begin to scry the lands for more profane artifacts. It's as they say, the power of a god is sufficient to empower anyone for a prosperous future. A very special thank you to the Lawbringer tier of Patreon supporters on screen that make these longer videos possible. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned as the full story of Oblivion series shall return.